should do it. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. The doors are officially open for tonight's session, and we sit bemused wondering what actually happened last session as we piece it together like a Lego set that's incomplete in box.
Oh, it's Lego Hangover.
No, just imagine you buy the Millennium Falcon and it's missing 3 pieces.
And it's all the pieces that hold everything
Actually-
together.
One, Lego would never build something like that. Two, I have actually heard of sets coming in with
Right size? Needs to be bigger.
pieces missing, and all the person had to really do was just contact Lego and they shipped out the piece.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Everything I've heard about the Lego company is fucking amazing, and it turns out they're actually one of the largest companies, or they produce the most amount of tires.
Yeah, it's a cool
They produce
fact.
the most amount of tires that
Yes.
any other company. It's like hilarious.
Yeah, it's a really cool fact. So we're opening the doors. We're a little rough around the edges with our recap. That's our announcement. God, just imagine when we're off for 2 weekends in a row, how bad this is going to be.
Fuck. Well, look, in my defense, last weekend there was alcohol involved.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Yeah, likely a story there.
You were there. Fairly certain. Like, I had kind of like, dude, I drank more in that one night than I did in like the last 2
Oh.
years combined.
Are you sure that it just wasn't one of those nights where you were so lonely you were imagining being over here to hang out?
Wow.
That's actually possible.
Wow. That was totally not necessary.
You gotta gaslight the guy like that.
Um,
I'm just saying, it's fucking possible. I have a very active imagination and other issues.
yeah,
Guess
yeah.
what I need there, Dio?
A nice, pleasant go fuck yourself.
You know, that's not my fault.
Well,
but-
there just went monetization. First
Yeah.
5 minutes, me per usual.
Yeah. We need to put you on auto censor so that we can maybe someday not be demonetized.
You know,
Are we at the point where we have to worry about monetization? Did something change? How drunk did I get?
That's why we can be monetized now. Now we're up. Now.
hey,
now.
pay attention. So with that in mind, we don't have any announcements right now. I believe tabletop news. Ninja Turtles just announced their RPG, which is
Where's my keyboard now?
Ninja who?
Ninja Turtles.
Oh, I am so looking forward to
The
that. Holy
Ninja
shit.
Turtles RPG is getting a re-release that's going to be updated, which we're all
It is
excited
forcing
about.
me to restart. I won't be able to hear you. Busy doing it.
The other one is
And we have absolutely nothing to do with the.
the other one is I believe Pathfinder has another set coming out. I know, I just throw things across the room. Pathfinder has their next set coming out. D&D just had their set come out for Planescape.
I think they have one coming out at the end of the month.
Who?
D&D.
That's next month. That's the
At the end of
15th.
next month, I could have swore that they were that there was one dropping on like the 31st.
No, that's the pre-order go live on the website.
I don't remember.
The official release is like the 15th for the Deck of Many Things,
Mm.
but the pre-order thing is like the 31st. So toss that back when you're done with it.
Or I'll just put it on a table.
Okay. So yeah, upcoming releases. We're looking forward to them and what's going on. Outside of that,
Are you losing confidence in yourself, Cheese?
no, he's ashamed of his figure.
I know how I feel, buddy.
So, jumping to that, we're just gonna do a very rough recap and just we're not gonna do like individual recaps. We're just gonna ping pong off each other and throw things out that were essentially highlights of the session. So, the big one was a lot of people have been talking about since last session was Lumion learning how to eat cookies.
That was pretty fucking awesome.
And
Yeah.
it's just kind of like this big, like burly Beauty and the Beast tiefling that's pitch black with these like specks of silver, just learning how to eat cookies. It's such an odd thing.
He's a tiefling?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was
Satyr.
more of a satyr.
Satyr tiefling type of being.
Sounds like variant tiefling with the cloven hooves.
Yeah, a very, very beautiful being. I feel like I'm actually started the Baldur's Gate meme 3 before Baldur's Gate 3 meme of where everybody is highly like fuckable. Like Manny's over there like you're not wrong.
No. There's 3 games that have been my latest addictions lately. Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate, and Liza P. And man, the memes from all 3 are extremely relevant to this game.
We're meme worthy. So, other highlights happened was Cayenne also abducted Nikolai to her Diapic realm.
That's right. He tried to bring back dirt, but it didn't work.
Yeah, you need the last name Sparrow to do that. And a jar.
He had a jar.
Other highlights, the
whole family getting together.
oh yeah, the whole family getting together. Oh, Milam coming back and going, "Hey, what's going on, guys?"
Yeah.
And being filled in on all the terrible shit that's actually been happening. Let's see. The party got to find out a bit more about the barbecue festival.
Nikolai dying.
First time?
As part of his test to verify that William wasn't hiding as an evil person.
How did you almost die again?
Took a step forward to look at something and some.
Oh, that's
machine-
right. You got run the fuck over.
He got Wile E. Coyote'd.
We got to see Lumion in action,
That-
training with Sarmir.
Is a little too accurate because if we're going to have a Wile E. Coyote in the group, it's probably going to be Nikolai.
Yeah.
It's just instead of ordering from a company,
What'd you get to
you're
see,
just
Cayenne?
making your shit.
Purple.
Red, blue, they made purple.
Hey, at least he's not. At least we haven't determined yet. At least Purple isn't strutting around humming "Purple Rain."
Yes.
Leader, yep. That would be funny.
Another highlight for me was the family got to see actually. Oh my God, where's Maggie playing his actual
Oh, yeah, yeah.
instrument?
Oh, yeah.
At the end, yeah.
All
What
the
else?
little heart-to-heart role-play moments between the different family members, too.
Yeah. Finding out about some of the festivities that happen within the actual world, or well, this city particularly.
Yeah.
Meeting some interesting new
Oh, yeah.
people.
Biggest thing that I took away from it was your description of the festivities that happen this time of year. You give basically thanks to God to carrying them through the winter. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
That was another one.
Yeah.
Scavard actually putting some of his training with Kippa and Sir Mir to use for once. Trying to do his best at this whole new nobility thing. That's fun.
Kippa's running circles around you.
Plus, nobility's not really new.
But actually, like applying it though, kind of new to him.
Yeah, nobility's been around for a while.
It has, but yeah.
So, we're gonna go ahead and roll ourselves out of bed into this session.
Some of us been out of it.
Others are taking it quite literally.
Shit.
I'm talking about the other one here. Woke up a half an hour ago.
Hey, look. You know, I gotta look really unrested to keep this Tim Burton look going.
So that's the key to Tim Burton's magic. Insomnia.
It worked.
So, jumping into tonight's session, some time has passed, and the Nikolai, you're currently down in the what is referred to as the staging area.
Okay. Building station.
Your crew and everybody have been working together diligently, along with those that were within the city.
Uh-huh.
You can hear how nasally I am. I can especially hear it in my earbuds.
How many days have passed?
Why, you want to make more useless holy water?
No, but it does bring up the question if I was able to work with Cayenne to make the gift for Coin and Mongo.
Would you be up for that, Cayenne? Okay. So, yeah, you guys would have had a week to do that.
Okay. What do you want me to roll for this then?
You roll tinkering, Cayenne, you roll nature. Nikolai,
Yeah.
pay attention.
Trying to get on this
Pay
one
attention.
so I can hear it.
Pay attention.
Okay.
Good boy.
Holy shit.
24.
24?
I'm listening.
I'll get to that natural 20. You're down at the staging area, and some of the old farms that have been basically closed down have been cleared out by mages, working with the druids, of course, to make sure that the crops and the soil is preserved. Essentially laying down a special type of soil over the crop areas so they won't be disturbed. That would be able to be removed in time to basically preserve the soil. So people could walk across and prepare things on it, and the soil will be tilled and removed so that crops can be once again grown in that soil so they don't have to re-enrich it through magic.
Okay. Okay. We took over a farming area for the facility.
Yeah, the large stage is built, all the different stalls are built, and there's all these temporary tents and such. It's a massive setup.
Awesome.
And
Awesome.
you guys have been having trouble for like finding actual ingredients because the marketplace has been so overpacked. The tavern's completely sold out, and Cayenne, you've been probably extra stressed because the city is way more full than usual. There are people from everywhere that have gotten wind of this barbecue, and the attendance within the city is mind-boggling. In fact, the primary militants in the city, military forces that normally patrol the city, are actually pulling double duty. And they've actually pulled out the second string of soldiers to help guard the city
Shit.
because it is so full.
Awesome.
Lumion has been absolutely fucking bogged with work because he has to keep track of so many new people.
Yeah, I can imagine so.
It's like, hey, you've actually seen him pulling really long nights, Cayenne, like where he's having to do a lot of what he does basically within the city to make sure that he does his part for the safety of it and the people.
I can actually think of a good ingredient that would be local for a coastal city like this.
It's not really coastal.
Yeah, it's near water, somewhat.
The capital city's towards the water, but most of the city is, you have to remember the capital city is surrounded by giant frickin' mountains.
That is true.
Very large, large, large.
It's within 1,000 miles of the ocean. It's coastal-ish.
Yeah,
Is it
you
close?
know, we're,
Nearby.
we're right on the coastline. Like I could just take 5 minutes, walk down, and catch some fish. What would I do with those fish? I don't know because I'm allergic to them. They're more of a threat to me than I am to them.
Yeah, that is true.
You would be able to actually ask Cayenne what is more prevalent in this area because she would know very, very well. What are you doing? Your crew is.
Is everything going smoothly?
There's been a few hangups with Wood and a few arguments with Druids that Cayenne has had to intermingle with.
Uh-huh.
It mostly just because Tinkers versus Druid, and like I need these resources. These resources are off. They're sacred to this land and vital for next year, and the years to come. Okay, then where can I go? Find another place. That's been the answer, and it's been frustrating.
Okay. Okay. So, but these issues have been resolved, thus to this moment.
Yeah.
This moment in time.
Yeah, Cayenne
Okay.
hasn't killed anybody yet.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, remember I have 2 carts of wood worth of back home.
They've been used a while ago.
I like the use of your word. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Hey, kids, I got some hardwood in my stack.
If everything is
Do we have to deal with a lawsuit from Nikolai for inappropriate uses of certain words?
if everything is moving smoothly at this moment, I presume up until this moment, I guess. I've been pretty good.
Go ahead and roll an investigation because the festival actually starts in about 2 days.
About 2 days.
Bum, bum,
Yeah.
bum.
The first strain of actual chefs starts to take place.
Four, I think. 17 on the die. I don't remember my plus. Haven't been able to get my character.
Just download the PDF.
Huh, look what I'm looking at. Nikolai's character.
24. 17 and 7.
See, I never have this problem of being logged out of D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
How do you even run into that issue?
Because it cancels my authorization every few days for some reason.
I believe I actually know what the problem is, and I can tell you later.
Okay.
I have an inkling I know what the exact problem is. Because I
Nate
had
pissed
that.
off the deity of technology.
So you have been working on this with Cayenne, these figures. I'm going to ignore you for now.
Huh? What did she say?
Doesn't understand.
Cayenne. So you've been working with Scavern regarding these figures that he wants to make of the various family members for the he's been working with you on these various ornaments and figures that represent each family member as almost an entire set. You've been looking into ways to do warding enchantments on them from your point of view. Druidic warding enchantments instead of divine. And you're sitting there and you're actually working on your notes, and you're kind of have like some of the carvings sitting on the table, and someone nearly bumps into your table because you're near the marketplace under one of the trees, and it's just really fucking loud because there are so many people. And of course, you have that rustle and bustle of many new people within the actual city that are just only here temporarily. And you go back to looking in front of you, and you see this old man sitting in front of you, and he picks up one of the figures, and he's looking at it. And He's adjusting his glasses and he's just like, oh. He's just sitting there looking at the carved figures already. Well, right at the table that you're at, sitting, or well, kind of, loafing at because pillows. How do you react to this? You're just there right now in private. Scav isn't there. Your Scav is currently dealing with something with Kippa right now, so you have the figures and you're kind of spending some alone time with them.
Doing the druidic magic stuff.
And he looks over at you. He's like, "Oh, right, rude of me." And he sets it down and he looks across at you and he kind of, gums a little bit and he's like, he leans forward and he looks at you and he's like, huh. I will give you a, give me an insight with advantage. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Holy shit. Was the first one a 1? Oh my god, your rolls tonight. Either high or stupidly low. Ugh. The old man gets up and he's like, right. Okay. And he walks off and you're kind of looking at him and do an investigation. 19. You watch this strange man get up and walk away into the crowd, and you look at the table to make sure nothing is missing, that he didn't take anything. However, bless you. There is nothing missing from the table. You see a pendant laying there that he happened to leave behind. A pendant. Mm-hmm. Do a religion with advantage.
No shit.
Holy
God.
shit. That's a spicy one. Luckily, the DC was basically like where even Tom would get it.
Damn. Tom, not Mongo. Tom.
So the DC was
So
maybe as high as 3.
We're scraping the barrel here, but she's had experience with this before, so it's not her first rodeo. You look at the pendant, Cayenne, and it's the assemblage of your grandfather. Now Cayenne has many questions. As you're looking at this pendant, Scabbard comes bustling through the crowd and bumps into you, nearly pushed by someone to get past as you're trying to like squeeze through because there are a lot of people. Think of the crowdedness almost similar to people changing class in high school.
Oh,
Ooh.
I was almost going to say it's a like
Or
convention.
even more fun, a mall during summer hours.
there was like 1,300 kids in my class. But yeah, nuts.
Must have been lucky I had outdoor courtyards.
But that's the kind of crowd that you're dealing with as you get shoved through.
Even so, there was like 1,300 kids in my class.
Hey, careful. Sorry, Cayenne. How you doing?
He looked like a an more of an elderly human, wearing spectacles and gray hair.
Interesting. Now, why would they do that? Do you mind? Do you mind if I take a look? Religion.
Go for it.
Don't know much about this one. Let's
Holy
see.
shit, he rolled well.
8. I rolled 2.
Whoa! Let's all applaud. Golf clap.
He knows what it's like not to have a ridiculously high roll.
You
I
look
knew I
at
was
the
gonna
symbol
roll
and you're
sooner
like,
or later.
you look at the symbol and you're like, huh, okay.
Okay.
I don't know much about this one.
One he has for the next 6 months.
This one is a little bit outside of my expertise. I don't know anything about it. Does look familiar though, similar to yours. Here you go. Hand it back to Cayenne. You said that one belongs to your grandfather.
I know why he doesn't know anything about this one. Must be at least this tall to know about this god.
That's pretty good. Too soon? That's fair. Insight or history on this or something?
Really trying to reach on that table, little one.
No, Scafford does know certain gods do walk among people, but also have,
There's a lot of gods that walk among people.
but also like sometimes send out people like this. Does that sound like something that would be within this the MO of this specific
History,
thing?
general history with disadvantage.
That's fair.
Watch, he'll probably get 24 now.
No, but I did lose a 20. History with disadvantage would put it at a 13.
It could be either someone that worships the god, someone that is very intimate with God, like a high priest or something of that nature, or it could be the god themselves. There's too many things without actually being directly involved in the event to tell.
Oh, I don't know exactly what to say there, Cayenne. I mean, there's too many factors to it. It could be a devout of this deity. It could be someone that idolizes them and left it behind because of some sort of connection to you, or it could very well have been your grandfather himself. That last one, I don't know for sure. But who knows?
Go for it if you really want.
Mm. What's your idea, sister?
Time for another traumatic family event.
Might I make a suggestion?
Oh, you want to do an identify on it?
What could go wrong?
Like I said, time for another traumatic family event.
All right, yeah, you can definitely do it back at home in private.
No, I think I know what she means by someplace else.
Oh, all right.
Fucking good idea.
Hey, no one's ever gotten hurt for trying.
Ah,
Throw the spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks.
Nikolai tried to step closer to the thing to take a look at it, and he got hurt pretty bad.
Nikolai also doesn't watch the road when he's crossing. Look left, look right. No, look left, no, look right. Go splat. You go squish
And into
like
your
banana
pizza.
in the grinder.
yeah.
Yeah, you can certainly do that later in private, Kaya.
Might I make a suggestion? Don't know much about this specific deity, but I know someone who does. And I'm pretty sure Fat would definitely be willing to help if you asked him nicely. He might be able to find some things on there more than we can. I know Mongo and can do some pretty interesting things with identification, and as well as
Nikolai can't.
Nikolai can too. It might be outside of my my abilities there. I don't know enough about this one. But Fat might be able to.
Oh, I'm excited. I love when my players experiment.
Well, I finished the last one.
What
Placed
happens
the
if
Cayenne
Fought
figurine
goes
down on
to
the
realm.
on the table.
Don't know.
Should be the complete set.
You can see influences of that Scabbard has pulled from the Goblin representation. Are you hearing me okay? Okay. Yeah, you can see a resemblance of what how the goblins present Cayenne within the figure. What kind of style would you do?
would have been not exactly like the most detailed in terms of it, because they are meant to be like shot glasses that can be used. They're just wood carved, but enough detail to tell what they are and who they're meant to be.
You can see little. They look more like hearts, but they should be. They're supposed to be handprints that are painted all over Cayenne, like the goblins do to the statue.
I tried to capture a little bit of everybody on each of them, and it seemed fitting to do this one since you did a lot for the Goblin Row. They are meant to be there. Oh, go ahead. You did something significant. A single little random act of kindness. And it was big for them.
And snowball.
Yeah, but they were accurate.
You have influenced the goblins. They like that very much.
Everybody liked that.
They can learn.
Because of your influence,
You and your sister and father are working on the stage presentation portion for each of these, presenting the various people and things like that, and presenting those that are doing the barbecue when it gets down to the lower numbers where they're going to be presented, and you're working on stage presence and that sort of stuff.
Taking a lot of cues from the old man.
And at one point, the worst thing ever has happened to poor Bongo, where you took your dad out at night on the town, and between him and Coin just shoved you on stage for a stand-up show, live on the spot,
Oh, that
with a packed house because of all the people visiting.
I have to prepare for that. Just walk out with nothing.
Roll a performance for me.
you can do it.
Not very well. As stated, that is something you have to prepare for.
I believe in you.
You're wrong. Because that's a modified 10.
Yeah. I'm sure both
While
Maggie
your
and Bonnie-
first showing wasn't that great, you were outperformed by
Everyone?
an axolotl.
Oh, God. Please tell me they were juggling axes.
No,
Oh, that would be fun. It's
but the humor was very riveting. If you could hear someone speak in slow motion thought process, that's the first time you did it.
Yeah, that was painful.
Probably part of the humor.
I tried. To be
I
fair,
can see
Mongo
one
has a
of the
lot on
jokes.
his mind.
I can literally see one of the jokes from the axolotl. Tell me if you've heard this one. Or stop me. Silence. What's the punchline? You stopped me, so you've heard it.
That would be good.
Axolotls, they're so special. But yeah, working on the stage stuff, Coin is giving you some tips.
Yeah, I still haven't broken the news to Coin.
What news to Coin?
Uh,
Oh, that news,
yeah.
yeah. That could be a fun one.
So if Mongo's a little off, that's probably why.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it's a debate between you and Dad who's going to do the stage show. And he's like, look, I'm old. You're new.
Yes, you have far more experience at this than I do. I'm sure you've already done what, like hundreds of these?
But you're new and you're hip. You understand the lingo.
Well, look, I have 2 hips, but that's where that ends.
So there's been conversation between you guys, and
What better way to teach somebody than to watch them do what they do best firsthand?
suddenly you find yourself on a stage.
Yeah, fuck.
So you currently find yourself on about to go on another stage, and Coin looks over at you, and she's like, on the stage.
Need time to prepare for some shit like this.
Look, we got you a captive audience.
Because they're all in chains.
Get on stage now. Do you walk on stage?
Apparently.
You walk on stage, and the stage is rickety. It's a makeshift stage, and you do a perception for me.
Not great. Stop jinxing my dice, fucker.
I didn't do nothing or say nothing.
14.
14. You walk on the stage, and there's just lanterns there to light the stage. You look up, and you're like, you see a carrot that's dangling there from the top of the stage, and you look out at the audience, and it's a bunch of goblins.
We're only here for the fucking carrot.
Huh?
We're only here for the fucking carrot.
Oh, my.
That's a captive audience.
Seems contrary to what we've been trying to do.
If Cayenne finds out about this little foray,
There'd be a lot more carrots. Yeah, give it my best.
all right, let's hear it.
Oh, fuck.
Followed by a performance.
He's cracking open the book.
Oh, here comes the book.
How many pages are in here? That'll do. That might actually work. So that's a 24 on performance.
All right, what's the joke?
Where does the rogue choose to blah, blah, blah. Where does the rogue what does the rogue choose for the bagel toppings?
They're suggesting by crickets chirping as they're all just.
He picks a lox.
And you hear a cough, and then you hear one goblin start laughing. And you hear a goblin next to him go, "What you laughing at?" "I get it." And they all start giggling. It's like that scene in Gremlins when they're all laughing. Semi-terrifying, probably.
A little off-putting.
One of them throws a tin, like a piece of tin at you. Another!
Oh, fuck.
You hear a goblin off in the back. I bet if we pull his fur off, we can make a nice gift for the Cayenne for a hat.
Oh. Yeah, she might not care too much for my fur. But it turns out most small businesses are started by rogues. They have the most invested. That didn't work. Wow. That.
Boo.
For that one, you're rolling a performance at disadvantage.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think you hurt Cayenne with that one.
12. Yeah. 12 for that one.
Oh, you get a huge like.
Yeah. Pity laugh. What's a high level monks eat before a race? Nothing. They fast.
Roll a performance. I hear the eye rolls coming from Cayenne. She's over there talking to Scabbard and be like, I hear a disturbance in the forest.
22.
Hey.
22. You get quite a few actual laughs.
Why was the game master in such good shape? He was the only one running.
Ah,
Roll a
you're
performance.
terrible.
You're the one who bought me the book, bud. Oh, God. 13.
Get a few more laughs.
Oh.
Oh my
Never
God.
got my answer.
Or-
We kept moving on.
Oh,
That's what Nikolai's doing. If everything has like everything's moving properly, smoothly at this time.
you can figure
Yeah,
out what
it-
Nikolai's doing because he's overseeing the project.
Yeah, and he's been very busy up to this moment. I think now's a good time. It's been a few days. He's going to go talk.
Okay. Oh my God. That's so fucking terrible. That's like right up Tom's level of jokes.
Hmm.
The Grim Reaper came for me last night, and I beat him off with a vacuum cleaner. Talk about Dyson with death.
Oh God!
And Cayenne has checked out.
What kind of drink keeps you from harm? Invincibility.
Please roll super high on that one, and now the goblins are teetering. Totally psychopath.
17.
Yeah, they're all laughing, and now they're starting to develop dad joke humor. Actually, high or low? So post mortem of the show, Tom. High or low?
Considering my jokes, let's go with them. They're pretty low brow, so I think we'll go with that.
No, I'm rolling my little gelatinous cube dice for the goblins, which is oddly on brand. Fluorescent numbers. So you hear as you're leaving with your dad and coin from this very
Train
stressful
wreck
show.
of a fucking show.
Huh?
From a train wreck of a fucking show.
You do catch a hearing of something that the goblins are actually starting their own winter tradition, and they're formulating on how it's going to be done. But it seems rather simple that they'll pass out essentially like walnut shells that has a bad joke scribed on it. You'll give it to somebody to try and make them laugh as a winter tradition.
I fucking love it.
Bad joke, bad fortune cookies.
Yeah, I think even Mayor can warm up to that idea.
The question, would Mongo do this or not?
What?
Try to throw his voice as if he was one of the goblins and yell, I think the Cayenne would approve.
Yes,
Stealth and performance.
yes, Mongo would do that.
Because he knows his sister. Yeah, that thing just needs to be replaced.
Yeah,
It's like surprisingly loose right there.
it's the threads on the
Kaputski.
So that's a. Wow, my stealth and my performance are the same fucking number. So, 13. Fuck, that is cocked. And 18.
You do this, and one of the goblins like, "That's a great idea." Oh, I knows what we can call it. Cayenne's words of wisdom. I hear the pain. I hear the pain. Oh, Mongo's gonna get skin later.
Only if she finds out.
How many ways can you skin the cat? We'll worry about it. Yeah, you're able to work with them about the security thing detail.
Gotcha.
That's what I was going to ask. Oh, about. Renarian to help. Asking for help.
I think you said you wanted to ask her help with building something to automatically put a notch on the bedpost for all the gnomes.
Shut up.
But yeah, you've been working closely with Troyus and on the security for this, as well as Surmir. Surmir doesn't have a lot of time dedicated to it since he has to follow Kippa around.
Of course.
So it's mostly been falling on you and Troyus, and mostly you because Troyus has his hands full with the city guard and bolstering its numbers to match how many people are currently here.
In that case, one simple question for Troyus. Who are the 10 that he would find the most reliable for this task?
Oh, he looks at you very seriously, and he gets very close to you. Reaches down, grabs you by the front of your armor, and pulls you all the way up to eye level. Right, you're just dangling, dead weight, probably. He's like, and he looks at you, and he's like, "You're gonna have to go through the soon-to-be wife to ask for a favor from this individual, and ask." Fuck, words just poof. I love when you're mid-sentence and just.
And then everything's just 404 not found. Yeah, that's always fun.
404, words not found.
Welcome to my life, like 95% of the time.
That explains so. He looks
I
at
use all
you
my
and
brain
he's
power
like,
to work.
"You're gonna have to speak to Lumion because he does have his own private people that you can employ. But you're gonna have to go through Cayenne and ask her. To ask him."
Fine by me.
And he
I just
sets you
want-
back down.
Just want your personal opinion on this, though, Troyus. Those who you believe are the most capable of this.
Be wary of Lumion shadows.
Understood.
He has.
Troyus,
Or what?
who would be the most trustworthy outside of the city guard or within the city guard for the security for the festival?
Yeah, Scaver was appointed head of security for this detail.
Oh,
So he's got to find people that are reliable.
alrighty.
In that case, I know where Cayenne is. I know she can set up a meeting with Lumion. I'm gonna go find her.
Okay.
Basically, just be like, hey, Cayenne,
Cayenne, you do have some alone time, so if you want, you can certainly attempt what you want to try to do. Yep. Yep. You do find Fought. He is wearing actually rather for Fought nice robes. But what is most startling is that he's wearing like this headdress that is made of various. It looks like a complete skull, but it looks like pieces have been supplemented. And as you look at it, you're like, that's a ramshackle goblin skull from different goblin skulls.
That's kind of freaky.
And it's got all these like, it's got all these. Each one has its own different kind of engraving carved in it, within Thought's actual like probably goblin language, from what you can assume. And there's all these like trinkets hanging off of it.
I think I know.
Yeah.
Or I think I know how I got that.
And
If
Fought
that's
comes
true,
over.
that fucking hurts.
And Fought comes over. Hi at the tie-in. One would say your aura is divine. Fought is privileged to these things. And you kind of see him ramshackle through the various pendants that he has, and he holds up one of the Cayenne. See? Yeah. And quite a few. Basically, yeah. The goblins have actually been speaking to other goblins that are passing through because it's so busy and spreading the word of the Cayenne.
Mongo dies. He's playing an acolyte of the Cayenne.
As a once wise goblin once said, word travels as fast as a goblin fart in a crowded hallway. Everyone's laughing.
Our show's a gas.
I didn't shit talk because I broke her.
Mhm.
And you present Fought with the amulet. He takes it from you, actually very gingerly and gently, respecting that it's your property, and starts walking with you. And the temple is full of different people that are setting up temporary places to pray for their deity, since all the normal common places are full right now. The temple leader, she's actually had to open the houses that are attached to the temple for the various for clerics and one for paladins,
Yeah.
because there are so many people within the city right now that have traveled here. Yeah. And she hasn't had to do that in for like ever because there has been that many paladins or clerics in a single spot.
That's a good thing.
It's usually a
Move
bad
it
thing
along.
when that happens.
Yeah, it's a good thing that there hasn't had to been that many in one spot for a while.
Yeah, Vikings. Yeah, he takes you over to his private area. It's basically a makeshift tent area with all these symbols hanging above you of different deities hanging from strings. If you want, you can inquire about the symbols. You can inquire about his headdress. Your call while he examines this. Pod turns around. He has this big, giant smile, which is kind of unsettling because of the kind of goblin he is. He's like, it's a winter tradition of my former people. It is the, oh, you're Cayenne. You're not squeamish like the bongo or the much more squishy, shiny one. Scab, yes, scab. After Fott had left and the events unraveled, I recovered what remained of my dead family and made this headdress while singing the sorrows of my people. Each winter we honor them by taking it out something of theirs and wearing it proudly through the winters, hoping that their overwatching spirits will get us through the winter. Or if not, we make at least a good meal for someone. And poor Fott becomes even more depressing.
Anything happens to Thought, we're fucking going to war.
Easy there, Chief. We're already in one more.
Fott's like,
We're
I
not
miss my
pushing
family,
the
but they're here in spirit and smell.
All right.
wall. For a goblin, there'd be no higher honor.
You can do an insight if you choose to on that comment. Oh boy. You see a table that's like essentially Fott's private prayer area with all these candles, some of them half melted, and you see what looks like to be an urn that is sealed on that table that says family remains. And Fott turns around. This is the pendant of the giant god. Rumor has it long ago that he made what would be considered a trebuchet, as the modern people call it, that launched goblins. It was a handheld weapon by giants.
Fuck.
Contradictory to the family.
It also depends on what exactly happens upon arrival. If all they do is go splat and they're basically just used as, ammunition, yeah, that bad. But if like that's how you kind of take down the giants, you just get a bunch of like tiny little fuckers on them that they can't quite get to, and get to like the couple of spots that they just can't fucking reach, and the goblins just kind of start just stabbing away.
Hey, you could even ask your grandpappy about that if you ever talk to him. Overall, the giant god, he really wasn't a bad guy outside of, allegedly procreating with a galaxy. I guess he really wanted that celestial body in motion.
What?
But he's not a bad god. Giants still worship him, as do half giant folk. And you can, if you want to worship him, you can leave him a drink. Oh, that happens all the time. There is no Cayenne audio on the air. Apparently, you've been muted.
Don't know how, don't know why, don't know what caused that.
Right. Take you off the screen so I can go over there and
Oh, shit.
on the table. There's one for both of you.
Fun with buttons.
Yeah, new buttons. What is this button do?
Oh, I stretched that
okay.
hurt. That hurt.
I see. That's what that button does. All right, cool. So, yeah, you do find out some new information regarding your grandfather that gods do occasionally, steal a prayer from other gods, so to speak. Grand Theft Prayer.
Okay.
You've met your quota. I'm taking this one. Well, Grand Theft Summons would be if you're getting really into summoning a specific demon, but you get another one. I wanted the demon of debauchery, not torture.
What's the difference?
Let us flay you professionally. 1-800 summon torture. I think there would be a certain point where I could probably just fill an hour's worth of content, just me rambling whatever comes to my brain.
Do I sense future YouTube video idea?
You've heard me ramble for like half an hour.
You say some of the weirdest things sometimes, and sometimes they're the absolute most like.
Demonetizable?
I was gonna say something along the lines of like absolutely mind-blowingly weird. Other times, what is the word?
Vulgar?
Not vulgar.
Angry?
Not angry.
Scary? Terrifying?
Uh-oh, he's got to bust out a dictionary.
Thesaurus.
Hey, watch it. You might think that's a type of dinosaur.
Yeah, it's a real page turner about that one.
I've actually have read both of the source and the dictionary. clear through, cover to cover.
Why am I not fucking surprised?
I ran out of stuff to read.
Okay, Kippo.
Plot does explain that in the Father of Giants, he's worshipped by half giants, sometimes by dwarves, also by giants. That's a given. And there are actually some goblin tribes that do actually worship him.
Ah, unhinged.
All that just to find unhinged.
Yes.
Ah. He gives you a. He reaches up and he hands you something and puts it in your hand. And it almost looks like a finger bone that has very intricate runes carved into it. What you again can assume to be goblin writing. It is a goblin god ceremonial blessing on the bone. You give it to somebody you care about. As Fod doesn't have many friends, you're the closest thing I have to a friend, you and your siblings. Poor Tom over there. He hugs you back. And he just kind of brightens up in the face. Spot will be honored to do this. I will be sure to bring the ceremonial goblin goulash. And there has been fear induced.
A little bit.
No. Pulse will be there. Oh god, it's so hard to get into Pulse's way of speaking. It's just one of the. It's a very, very unique way of speaking. That one character.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Pulse is. Oof. If it's one character that I have trouble doing the voice for, it's Pulse.
I was gonna say Noodle's deep voice.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah.
I've decided Noodles could be very much like Bumblebee.
I'm okay with this.
Just random voices.
Makes
So
sense.
let's see. Where are you heading after that, Cayenne? Now that you have another thing to add to your headdress. Okay. You do bump into your sister there, and she looks over and she's like, "What you do? I see you looking precarious." You know, the worst part about being in a city this crowded, especially right now, is just knowing how many of those people that are going to die. I just have this strange inkling feeling of when certain people are just on death's doorstep, and I don't like it. Good. I thought that was actually just, well, that's rather adult between me and Alufa. That's a different divine duty.
And I thought they were just horsing around.
It's almost as bad as figuring out how would a centaur wear pants. Or how would a centaur actually logically use a bed?
I just flop. That's all I see is just
There's diagrams of like how they would lay on the bed. It's weird.
The logistics of how anything a centaur would do is just. It actually hurts to think about.
Oh my god! The home crowd. It's not a pony show, at least.
No.
No.
All right then.
Your sister looks at you like, look. Anyway, I'm not going to ask what you and Lumion do, and I'm not going to share any more of what me and the Lufa do's, as the other siblings would say. What mischief are you up to, sister?
I need to look into this amulet I was given in the basically just when I was off to my own. An elderly human man left it there, but it's the symbol of our grandfather.
That's not ominous at all.
So I was going to identify into this amulet deeper in my realm just to see if any kind of contact is made or if I can get more information as to who the amulet was in the hands of.
That's actually not a bad idea. Would you like some assistance?
I would love some. 'Cause
Okay.
I don't know how well this would go.
Well, honestly, I don't either, since I don't deal with divine things very well, and this is all a learning experience for both of us. I guess we just figure it out. It looks like it is. We have a Cayenne, except for there. So, you guys head off to your shared room to essentially set up a prayer circle or a divine circle.
Yeah, essentially that.
Go ahead and do a nature, and she's going to do her own thing. You can do a nature with advantage.
With advantage is a 13.
Okay. Wow, you are rolling low today.
Yep.
I blame Tom.
my Whedon-esque rolling is contagious?
Tom, you're infecting people's bad dice rolls.
If an aura of confusion can happen,
Yes. With that,
You know, I can oddly accept that.
it takes a bit longer than you would like, but eventually you do stumble, literally quite stumble into your divine realm.
Well, I am new to this, so it only makes sense.
Startle off a few critters that go running off and scampering in different directions as they look at you like, "What the hell, lady?"
Basically, be doing the hand thing like, I'm sorry.
But you are in your divine realm. You have everything on your person, but you are alone. Osling is not there to assist you. How would you like to proceed?
Find a place that feels most comfortable and get to identifying this amulet.
All right, do a nature.
That's a 19.
There we go.
There we go. That's what we were all
Hey.
expecting. You do find a spot, and it's like a very ironic spot that you do find. It's essentially a field, a small patch in the field of barley.
That's very fitting.
Yeah.
And you can do your prayer, do a religion with advantage.
Advantage is a 12.
Jesus.
Yep. My dice rolls are a roller coaster tonight.
I know the feeling.
So,
No, your dice rolls are more like flat.
occasionally,
Some are lower than others. Some are slightly higher. It's more like
Hey.
a slightly bumpy road.
no,
Yeah.
it's more like hitting a speed bump. Every once in a while, you just get lucky.
Just about to say that every now and then he hits a bump or goes up a hill, only to drop.
To keep the rest of you busy at the table, the three of you eventually do bump into each other to discuss the festivities or the festivities. Oh yeah, you're gonna talk to Kong.
Yeah.
Okay, you two bump into each other.
Hello, Mongo.
You're sitting on the
Hello, Scotty.
What
you're
you been
sitting
up
on
to?
the couch essentially in the Beetlejuice scene with a number in your hand. Cayenne, you kind of fall into like a deep kind of slumber. You're doing this prayer and you eventually just kind of fall asleep doing it because you are focusing so hard on it. It's like reading a very intense book
Earth's
that's
small
slightly
cat.
boring.
I was chewing.
Okay.
Like reading a prescribed history book from school.
Oh yeah, no,
That
that's
stuff was
that's
dry.
a cure for insomnia.
Oh my gosh.
No.
I even had trouble reading those. I like dry books, but holy shit. That and Dracula. Dracula took the longest for me to read.
Kind of sucked the life out of you.
Oh, it was more like boring me to death.
Oh, so it's like,
Huh?
so it's like
Energy vampire.
Vampire. But
Oh, I've just been trying to set everything
Cayenne,
up. The festival.
I will come back to
Fun.
you as you
I have
can
a
ponder what
fantastic
fresh
energy
hell am I going to throw at you.
offer security for this.
Okay.
Oh,
Nikolai,
Oh,
your
geez,
number is
Martin.
eventually called by a gnome.
okay. So I went to her office and asked to speak with
I
her.
have to go
Yeah. And you head in
and
and
see about getting some things set up.
you can
Meeting with Lumion.
Go, go. Hello, Todd.
Troyus is I've got some
Nikolai.
inputs. Stormir a bit busy,
I
and
want to first say
Chip was the one
that
assigned
I
me to this
come here
task, so
as a friend.
I
Seems
have
to
to
be
get this done. And I don't even know where to start.
I do want to do what
Ask
I can to
tips.
make sure that we are
I have.
still friends.
Trosh is the one that sent me to look for Lumion. Be an interesting word of advice.
Hog looks at you. She leans forward.
Apparently, we should be aware
Nikolai.
of the shadows. Whatever that means.
If a machine breaks down, do you throw the whole machine out or simply just repair it?
Honestly, it depends on how broken it is. I'm sure you understand that.
She looks at you and she just looks you up and down a
Really,
bit.
it's a metaphor.
We don't throw machines out, we fix them.
Okay.
And if you can't fix them, well, you can take it up with the Arctic gnomes and begin to using wrenches as hammers.
Let's use a wrench as a hammer.
Every
Sometimes
tool's
you
a
just
hammer.
got to beat some sense into it.
So we're still friends.
We were never not friends.
I just want to make sure because I can understand from your perspective earlier that you could be very upset. You're the only one that I have met that has introduced me to Carl.
I have an idea.
In
Require a bit of
what
your help.
regards, Nikolai?
How can you understand them too?
Well,
I understand them better.
I'm running security.
I think I can get more working with a
I think it
friend
can be beneficial
than just
to have security covering not just the main
That's fair.
types of
Oh,
security.
She
that
reaches,
Marshall
up,
has,
she
but
looks around on her
those
desk,
who are
moving
magically
various
inclined
documents
as
around,
well.
and then hands
Do
you
you know
a
of anyone
tiny
who would
envelope that's
be
Nikolai size.
useful to speak with to bring up such a topic with to find someone?
Nikolai, I know
Remember
you're
one
not
of the
that
first
dense. That
times we
happens to be an
walked in?
envelope.
They had a whole bunch of mages with
is it
things
from
pointed
you
at
or
us.
is it from someone else? And
Yes,
you were
but
just
that was in the
testing
upper
it out?
crest. We're being in the main city.
That's all.
The actual lower
I'll
areas
open it
where
up.
there's not as much magic.
You open it up, and it's an invitation to
I'd like to make
the
sure that is properly
something you've
taken
never
care of.
even heard of before.
In order to do so,
To the Gnomish
would
ball.
require
That's
someone with
Gnomish.
expertise that's
It
beyond
says the gnomish
our
wall.
capabilities at the moment.
What's the gnomish wall?
That's why I'm asking you. So you have the most connections to people
It's
with
when
magic
all of the
in city.
gnomes within the city get together and discuss and
And it was
touch
free.
greasy elbows about our creation's machinations.
It's still more
And
than
simply, you know,
Not
give
true.
praise to
The only one I don't think you've met is
the
Spoonful.
gods
You
that
know the other
created
two.
us.
Oh,
It's
is there a
more
date on
than
there?
I.
Yeah.
And a
It's-
location?
It's here in the tinkering
Honestly,
on the
it's not.
docks, and
Spoonful would
it's
probably be the better option.
literally the day
Just the
before
one
the
that
new year
assigned me
starts.
to this.
So,
So
wow.
you can't ask
Yeah.
her questions about how to get it done.
Yeah. You are markedly busy right now
Is
with
her,
everything
is she
you
the
set up.
inviter?
That's
Yeah.
why I'm
Oh.
getting assigned to it.
Oh. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's a
Okay,
no. You
this
can't
will
ask
be-
her questions.
Not at the moment.
Yes, you know,
Thank you
only
so
have to
very
wait
much.
till she's got a fucking minute.
So,
Wait till she has a minute. Ask her questions.
can I
That'd
share
be
with you
later
what
on
I'm
tonight.
I suggest writing those questions down.
Sure. I
so
have
that
another
way,
meeting
you know,
in
the moment you can actually remember them.
40 seconds, so make it quick.
Do you have anyone you can arrange a meeting with?
Can we
that I
schedule
speak
some
with?
time as a friend?
'Cause I won't be able to speak with her until
Sure.
Later on.
And I have to
Be
get
back
this
at the
done
bar and
by sometime today.
I've
Later on
never
tonight?
met any of.
so she
no
told me to
shocking
come find you?
If I have free time tonight,
What
we
about
can
Corey?
definitely
Does she
arrange
have
that.
connections with anyone who-
Also, I wanted
Probably
to
knows
say that I'm
everyone.
actually
Would you be able to arrange a meeting
by
with her
your
for me?
group's creation
I'd
down
appreciate
for
it.
the
She's probably just as busy.
food
Barbecue?
Probably.
festival.
I see it was so glazed over she doesn't understand. Trying to explain to her, but I think
I have
she'll
one. I have something for you, by the way.
There's many talks about this mysterious feisty
Except
person,
I think you might actually
as
enjoy
nobody
that.
really knows who
Okay.
they are.
Yeah.
There's a lot of curiosities.
A pleasant gift.
There's a few gnomes
One
entering
that
the
fits right up both your
competition.
eyes.
Oh yeah. They good cooks, but you know,
They're cooks.
No, that's not a metaphor or an idiom, bro.
No,
Well,
it's just all the gifts.
we
that
shall
are
see
completely unnecessary.
who does the best. Deserves the honor that Feisty would bestow upon.
Everybody is curious.
Well, I'll leave you to your next meeting, and I go up, arms up for a hug.
Oh,
What is this
Nikolai wants
process?
uppies.
I give you a hug, my
Oh,
friend.
oh my god. The chat is cracking dad jokes. The festivities are going to be such beautiful chaos. We've
Fucking
gone
love
to
it.
this. We've gone too far.
No, no.
After I receive the hug, please remember hug. Unless I specifically indicate anything, all our interactions are right. I specifically indicate otherwise, please.
She pulls out of a document, addendum. Note. Interactions are within a friendly jest nature.
There's another
Unless
way I can handle this.
specifically indicated otherwise. Do that with all the
This
people
might be an
friends.
effective method. actually.
You have to
This whole
specify.
formal shit is annoying.
Where are you up to?
So you're able to head out.
Yeah. I have a cookie for you.
She takes it.
It's the
Not sure exactly what
the cookie
I'm
from
yesterday.
the bear.
Ah, the bear. The bear
I
cookie.
was looking for cayenne.
Thank you, Nikolai.
I think
Please.
that can wait for now.
Irini? That was her name?
Yeah.
I'm gonna head up to the upper crust to the house.
I wrote it down.
Uh,
Where's it?
not the
Last
house,
note
but
I wrote.
What
I
is the
think it
last
was.
note?
I have some
Edini.
writing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to
Edini
join me?
gave this to me.
Certainly can.
I just told you.
I'm sure they're really nice.
Sorry. But that was a
Ever
character.
heard of Edini?
I don't know why I
Not
was
a
thinking
clue.
he was speaking in third person, but yeah.
She is a god. Critters.
Sure she is.
Thank you very much. You have a good day. Hopefully see you tonight. Hop down. Go about my business. Make sure I can get to the bar around 6 o'clock-ish.
One sec. What are you two over there chatting about?
Oh,
Have a little bit of an idea as to how to deal with this security detail issue. I think I know what to do.
Hire an army of displacer griffins?
As cool as that would be, no, this is actually a little bit something. I'm gonna head up to the actual upper crest, back to Kippa's mining Kippa's house, I think. Yes, and begin putting together not so much like requests, but rather like invitations. Like you don't have to show up for this, but would definitely appreciate it because I would like the input of them. But I would like to create invitations to various people that we know within the city. And I'm thinking specific people that would cover certain areas of expertise.
Okay.
Someone that would be of magic, someone that has connection to tinkering. Definitely to, of course, Lumion, if I'm ever able to do so. And one that would have connections to, of course, nature. So that would probably be someone from the guild that covers magic within the city, probably the Tinkerers Guild. I would need Cayenne's help with it, but someone that has connections to the Druid Circle, and of course, Lumion, and one last person that would be Troyus, connections to the city. 2 people from each of these specific factions that they would recommend as positions for covering security detail. 10 bodies total within this area where the
I mean,
thing seems to be at.
there's a few of those who can actually get you 10 bodies. What you do with those 10 bodies is a question.
You know what I mean. But yes,
Okay.
Varying states of freshness.
basically
Should at
Yeah,
least say
I get
10
the
warm
point.
bodies.
working with the city
I
directly
get
to
the
bring
point.
like
You can stop talking.
yeah. Sorry.
You're rambling. So you hear the sound of some of the barley being picked, and you open your eyes, Cayenne, and you see that strange old man. He's just kind of picking some of the barley, nibbling on some of it, smelling it. Sweet.
Hello again.
Oh, I like what you've done with this place. It was blank for a while, but now it's quite beautiful. Picks a bit more barley and just kind of, has like a little bundle of it in his hand.
You know this place?
Of course I do. I've been watching it for quite a while. Oh, quite a while. In terms, that's actually. He's not really paying you any mind or looking at you as he's doing this. He's picking little bits of barley here, adding it to the bundle after just kind of examining it.
I'm sorry if I'm at a loss for words. It's just I thought of this place and it appeared as a place I can go to. I didn't think anyone else could exist in this place.
Well, various people can just pop in or pop out and they do as they please. And I kept my eye on this blank place that I think of it as a place that has been rather empty for a while, and you finally filled it with the machinations of an imagination of who you are.
I'm sorry if this is rude, but can I ask who you are?
Oh, well, I've had many different titles over the years. Some of those titles still stand, some of them no longer stand.
That was a very vague answer. And now I'm trying to think of what to say.
When people give you a curveball and you don't know how to respond.
For real, and just as soon as I put food in my mouth. What were some of your titles?
He just kind of, and he's still keeping up this, just moseying around this area of barley, picking it, not even fazed by you being there watching him. He's like, well, father at one point, still husband, I think. Not so much. Anger of the eighth sky. I'm not sure about that one. Various things.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry I didn't greet you when I saw you earlier.
He's like, oh, well, you wouldn't know, and it's okay.
I'm gonna reach a hand out and introduce myself.
He pauses and he looks at the hand and he takes the barley and he grabs both your hands and puts the barley between both your hands and cups your hands and looks at you for the first time. And he's like, he just smiles a little bit and it's just kind of like this wily old man kind of smile. He's like, oh, it's good to finally meet you too, in person.
My name's Cayenne.
Oh, I know that. I know your actual name too. You know, the one that your father gave you?
I wished I had the chance to meet my father outside of visions I've been given.
He gently lets go of your hands, leaving the barley in your hands. He kind of looks around a little bit. He's like, you know, I take good stock in that Lumion fella that you're gonna marry. And I wanted to, actually kind of give you a gift. Hey, just a little something. I, Look, after you and Lumion have your day and your week, I will present myself again, and you will get to say goodbye to your parents. How's that sound?
That that would be amazing. Thank you.
Oh, good. It's the least I can do.
I'm going to try to offer him a hug.
He's like, oh, a hug. Wow, my. All right. You hug him, and it's a rather like warm hug from him. He's like, don't yell at your parents too much when you actually get a chance to say goodbye to them, because you don't want to live with that for the rest of your existence.
I will do my best.
Oh, that barley will make a wonderful brew.
I'm actually excited to use this. I've been kind of given a job to do brewing, actually.
Oh, brewing runs in your people's bloodline.
So I have noticed. I didn't know much about my own people outside of the short learnings I received living in the orphanage.
Uh, there's a lot of curiosities and conflicting information regarding the great centaur people and their tribes. But they all have a general belief that when you die, you go to the Great Hall in the sky and there will be a nice, cold drink waiting for you for a job well done. Unless you're one of those that just, is up in the duties of life and you end up somewhere else. You don't want to end up in that other place. Allegedly, a multi-headed dog, several of them hunt you down and rip you apart for all of existence, so you pay for your sins.
That bites.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, it's a good way to keep you with your head on straight.
Yeah.
You and your sister are doing really well for yourselves, and it actually makes me happy.
We're trying our best. I'm glad that even though Osling was kind of forced into her nobility status not too soon after meeting me, it's great that she's finally been able to heal from what she's been through. And she has a loofah. And I've been doing my best trying to not let my temper get the better of me.
He's like, look, I've been watching for ever since nobody else can. And it might anger you now, but you should understand the point of view of the things that happened to you and your sister had to happen to make you better people. It wasn't out of an act of cruelty by the gods or a greater plan. It was simply to forge you into who you need to be and be a better people.
Makes a lot of sense. I think that Osling has come to terms with what happened to her is in the past because she's finally been able to let go and not treat those that wronged her any different than, say, one of our best friends.
Both of you are incredibly tough rocks.
I think I've proven that to my party quite a few times. That goose was no joke.
Yeah, you guys had that in the bag.
I'm just curious now to how the future's gonna be.
Right? But there's gonna be dark moments.
There's no light without darkness.
Hey, yeah, that is true. And he hands you a few berries as well that he wandered off and picked.
I'll take the berries too.
Just a handful of these odd-looking berries that you have growing there.
Probably a cross pollination of two different types.
Probably.
Like a raspberry with a blueberry or raspberries with strawberries.
Raspberry, strawberry, berries.
Blueberries and lemon berries.
Straw raspberries?
Or lemongrass berries.
Strasberry.
Strasberries.
There you go.
What's great about, like, the realm of Cayenne is that she can shape it any way she wants, makes all the weird pollinations, cross-pollinations that she wants. She's basically the maniacal version of Willy Wonka. And you spend a few more moments in the presence of this being, and eventually come to kind of sitting in that circle with your sister, and she's looking over at you, and she puts a hand on your shoulder and shakes you gently, and she's like, "You okay? Wakey, wakey."
Well, that was enlightening.
You've been out of it for a few hours.
I'm sure there's good reason for that.
And you look like you've seen a ghost and it's not your own.
Grandpa said he was proud of us.
She furrows her brow a little bit. What? What?
The person who gave me this amulet earlier was actually our granddad.
So the old man shows up now.
I was in my realm and he showed up.
Oh, well, that's a unique take on invasion of privacy that I've never heard of. But I'm sure if he's grandpa, he can just show up if he wants to.
He said he's really proud of who we're becoming.
He hasn't been some creepy stalker, has he? I heard rumors, specifically from Fought, that there's certain deities of debauchery. Is that... How did Fought put it? There's certain deities, one is a tiefling deity of debauchery, is that you pay tribute to them by entertaining certain acts, and you gain their blessing when the deity chooses to watch. Yeah,
That god makes me very uncomfortable.
So they're essentially a peeping creeper.
yeah, yeah. Fought wouldn't give me the name, so we would never bring the name up and invoke their possible presence, which I'm very thankful of.
Would not been good at all.
So
I'm not even going to look up said deity.
I wouldn't. No.
No.
In your hands, Kyan, you have a tiny little scroll of the barley, a piece of honeycomb in a jar, and another jar with berries.
Why do we think that deity's name is also used as a safe word?
Holy,
And I'm pretty sure I hate my fucking brain right about now.
I'm looking at my hands. I was like, wait,
You did
I
it
just
yourself.
had barley and I had berries.
I blame the
guess you
internet
went
and those who
shopping
belong
on
to me.
your trip to your realm.
He he approves of Lumion.
Well, that's
Essentially
good.
Essentially gave his blessing and said he's going to show himself again one more time, and we're going to be able to say goodbye to our parents.
Oh. Oh. I'm going to have to get with someone and figure out what I would actually want to say to them and filter it significantly.
I think it would definitely be good for both of us.
I have nothing nice to say to our parents for the hell that I had to go through.
Grandpa mentioned something about that when I brought up how proud I was of how far you've come since the first time I met you. From everything that you've gone through, you've grown so much from it. And he said that the things that you went through weren't because of the wrath of a god. Those things that we went through are what forged us into the strong women we are today, to be able to follow the best path for us.
And she's sitting there and she has a book in her hand. You can see her shaking a little bit like she's going to tear that book in half, and she just suddenly, instantly calm. And she's like, right. So, let me get this right. We had to go through hell, suffer, carry the scars of said going through hell to become better people. Is this in retaliation to father turning out to be a debaucherous asshole most of his life and forgetting his duties?
And Grandpa said it wasn't because of any wrath of any god at all. Meaning,
Okay.
I don't think Father's actions had anything to do with it. But I'm also not sure.
Well, father seemed to lead a very carefree life. No problems, just, frat wizard around and have carefree existence up until the point of running into mom and life catching up to him, essentially. So the hardships that we endured made us better than father.
In a way, yes.
Well, dear sister, you just saved a book. I'm pretty sure Kippo will be happy about that too.
Kippo would be so upset. And she would be able to tell if mending was used on it.
Oh, that's a given. Did you know that she actually lost her temper in the court? So there is a culture that she was privy to that the city decided not to do dealings with them either. But allegedly, they only go off of the ancient holy scripture and burn any books that come into their realm. Anything that comes to their content that is an outside source of material is burned at the port.
Jesus.
Are agreed.
She was not a happy camper.
I'd believe it. I'd be pissed too.
If you want,
Especially if they tried to burn any of my books.
yeah. If you want, you can actually check the note.
I will.
All right. I'm going to send you something in regards to that note. And with that, we're going to take our 30-minute break, get some food in us, and digest this because there's been a few heavy moments. And we'll be back in 30 minutes after we stuff our faces with foods. See you
What
soon.
the hell keeps poking me?
Back in a moment.
Something keeps poking me and it's hurt.
Yeah, pretzel bun and dipping cheese.
How is it?
He's
Good.
happy.
Happy?
He's as happy as a cat in a sunbed.
Hello, everybody. We are back from our break, and everybody is full of homemade sloppy Joe mix.
They were delicious.
I've been prompted to post this to the pub grub on the Discord, and I think
Yes.
I will.
Yes.
You really
This
should.
needs to be shared with the world. The world needs more happiness.
This is, you really
fucking
outdone
true.
yourself with this recipe. It's really good.
And as usual, I take recipes and use them as a basis, and then modify the fuck out of them. So jumping back into this session, the events have progressed forward. You are able to get a meeting with Lumion through Cayenne. And of course, Cayenne is present for this meeting. And Lumion looks to you as you sit at his desk. And it's kind of a weird situation because you have Lumion on one side of the table, his desk with all the trinkets and everything like that, and Cayenne's on that side of the desk, opposite of you, as opposed to the first time you ever met Lumion, where everybody was on the other side of the table.
Time of the day is it?
Hmm?
What time of the day is it?
Late afternoon.
Good afternoon, you two. How you doing today?
I find myself quite busy. However, I do make any moment that I can to spend with Cayenne.
Likewise, in terms of busyness, that's why I'm here. It's actually a rather interesting situation I find myself in. Kippa, along with several others, have assigned me to security detail for the event of course, the barbecue festival in honor of Feisty. And I am in.
Scabbard.
Sorry?
You do know I'm the information broker, and I'm well aware.
Yes. However, I have a plan in mind. Do require a bit of help on your part on this, as well as the help of potential others within the city. I have actually written out each individual invitations, actually. Don't know if they received them yet or not, but essentially I'm looking for able-bodied people that have connections to specific guilds and parts of the city who are reliable and willing to come together to work on this. Essentially, putting together a team of those who are passionate as well as trustworthy in this endeavor.
In regards to that, I have spoken to those that are on the invitations before you even made your presence known within my office. In regards to that, I have already set up arrangements and such to loan you some of my shadows that will fill in such positions, as they are seniors within these roles. They have delegated their current task to their second. The shadows will follow the orders within the constraints that I have provided them. Would you like to meet them?
I would, yes. Looking to potentially find 2 from each of these groups. And, shadows are definitely within that list, I believe, so let's take a look.
And he reaches over and he picks up a bell and he gently raises it up and shakes it. And you hear this very high-pitched ting from the bell. It doesn't sound natural. And you can almost see the shadows in the room actually distorting and shifting and changing. Cayenne, you're familiar with this because you have met the shadows in person and socialized with them. And
I'm
you see,
enjoying this.
yeah, you see the first one actually formulate They have this really large brimmed hat that kind of comes down, and it goes up, and you can see that they're in these pitch black robes and almost look like smoke rolling off of them. And their face is obscured by darkness except for these two glowing eyes that glow dimly within the visage of the smoke. And you might want to make notes. This is Tiz, the head of the mages, my shadow group.
Seconds. All right, Tiz, you said,
Mm-hmm.
and what was that last part you said?
They're the head of the mage group under Lumion.
Okay.
And you can see that along with their actual, like, they have almost like a high collar, and you can see the smoke just kind of billowing out over them. And you're like, oh.
Fancy.
Okay.
And the next one apparates coming out of the smoke, the air slightly distorting as they appear, the smoke manifesting out of the thin air. And you're looking at like this 15-foot knight wearing just onyx black armor that seems to absorb light.
Okay.
This is the head of the martial class.
Okay.
We simply refer to them as Bear.
I thought
There.
his name was gonna be Phantom.
And you're just looking at them and you're like, oh. They have like this full plate mail and it comes up along their lower jaw where there's no chance of getting to their neck. And it's like one of those classical suits where it looks like plate mail overlaid, like scale mail, where you're not going to get between those plates. If you want, you can actually do an insight on them to see what kind of gear they're wearing, because you are a knight.
21.
21. Something pikes your interest about them that also introduces a threat level that you haven't encountered. They have two swords that are linked. No shield on them for being a knight. And you realize that these are two large gun blades.
Shit.
Interesting. Tiz and Bear.
And then another appears, and they're a rather lanky form, and they are wearing what looks like to be a black type of displacer type of leather armor. Their face wrapped almost like the Invisible Man with various leather straps. And you can just see all these black blades along their arm that almost look like obsidian on either side. And they have like this large cloak that almost seems like these big giant bat wings that fold around them.
And who might you be?
And they are a little bit of the group's, as they like to say, edgelord sin.
Okay.
And you can do an insight on them as well.
19.
19. You look at them and you can see that there's an actual like thing right here that hangs straight down along them, and you instantly recognize that as a warrior. And each plate is made of obsidian or some sort of other exotic stone, and each one has a name of every single person they kill, 10 per one. and it comes all the way down, almost like a rope strap.
This is Sin. What are they the head of?
The Rogue Guild.
Rogues.
And another apparates and steps forward, and you see this large type of machination with this large underbite with these large saber-toothed lower teeth sticking straight up. And you can see that their head is almost like a skull shape, and you can see the various black gears within them with a glowing yellowish red fire inside of them. And this would be Tin Man, the head of the Tinkers Guild.
I like him.
Tiz, Bear, Sin, and Tin Man. Interesting.
You're probably scared to shit.
Actually puts ideas to mind.
And then another one apparates and steps out, and they walk in front of them, and they stand about barely a foot tall. And they have almost like 4 bat-like wings, and their ears go back, almost starting to crystallize into like horns that lead up into glowing black embers. And they're just wearing this pitch black war paint, and every time you look at them, their features distort. You can see them wearing this black armor. And they look up at you, and you can tell that they're Fae. Probably a very, very old Fae. And they look over to you, and they're like, "You shall call me Bell."
Pleasure to meet you, Bell.
And Cayenne, you're actually familiar with this one. This is the head of the group. And every person they meet, they give a different name.
I'd bow in their direction.
And they bow in yours, almost like a curtsy. That Fae type of respect is just instantly comes out as a curtsy.
Give him proper bells, been taught by Kippa. So you are the leader of Lumion's Shadows, then?
Correct. We're at your disposal per Lumion's request.
It is a interesting one indeed. Very different. One that requires discretion, but is of importance.
And you hear them all kind of laugh. Discretion, he says.
And I know that is your area of expertise. Otherwise, I never would have been sought out to Lumion to begin with.
You know, Bell kind of paces a little bit. You can see more of that Fae type of humor come out. the bolstering kind. You know, Lumion once told us to take out a dwarven slave ring, and we made it a contest of who can kill the most the fastest. It was pretty fun. Oh, the screams are glorious. You know, I used an enchantment to capture some of the screams. Oh, wonderful sound to sleep to.
Of course, the assassins have a white noise machine of people dying.
Yeah. Go figure.
Okay.
Cayenne, I will give it to you. You know that Bell is a Fae that devours good dreams and replaces them with nightmares. And
Well, ain't she a sweetheart?
She is. The unhinged ones are the best.
I aim to put together two parts to this team. One that'll operate within the shadows, and one that'll be more open. Obviously, speaking with Lumion's help, because of the nature of what's happening, I would definitely wager that it would be best for all of you here to actually take on the role of the shadows, because those that we are dealing with are, well, I'm sure you already know, remarkably dangerous. How much has Lumion told you about these individuals that we've been basically dealing with?
Lumion looks over. They're informed of everything that they need to be informed of. Every danger that comes to the city or possible could come to the city they're aware of.
So you know then that's the...
They report to me, however, they each work independent in their own guild, as I don't want to interfere with their operations. There is an overarching rule set of those that are innocent shall not be harmed, but those that do evil will be harmed. However, those that are evil can be beneficiary for destroying a larger organization, there were to remain alive.
Yep. There are some necessary evils in this world, unfortunately. But understandably so. So then you are aware that killing them is simply not enough, that they can come back.
Oh, we've dealt with those kinds before. Not the specific ones you mentioned, but the ones that come back are the most fun to kill again. And again, and again. It teaches them a real, proper lesson of, you should stay dead.
Once you're dead, it stay that way.
It's very interesting. Do you mind if I do something real quick?
You may?
Alright. I just need to be 100% sure. And I will go ahead and cast a Zone of Truth. And I just ask one simple question. Where do your loyalties lie?
Each of them respond to Lumion and Cayenne.
That's all I have to ask them.
Once they found out who you were, Cayenne, they were asked to swear allegiance to you, and they did it without hesitation.
That's just crazy to me.
It's
But
been a
that's really
pleasure.
cool.
It's been a pleasure to meet each and every single one of you. I look forward to working with all of you. And thank you again, Lumion. Hopefully, I'll be able to gain contact with the individuals in question in regards to seeking the other half of this team that I'm putting together. But in the meantime, if any of you need to contact me, pretty easy.
Belle laughs. Oh, you're easy to find. Oh, so easy to find, Scabbard.
Alright.
Yeah, you have an advantage there, Cayenne. You've had a chance to get to know each of them individually and find out more about them. The Warforged is probably one of the more terrifying ones, because he will simply break the limbs of his enemies and shove them into his mouth and slowly grind them into meat paste.
Really nice guy.
Which one has a hobby that is just so off the wall though?
which one that's
The Paladin actually has the hobby of making what would be considered bobblehead figures. And they actually have an entire collection of bobblehead figures of all those that they have killed.
Hey.
It's still funny as bobbleheads, though.
Are they made of pieces of the ones they've killed?
Nope,
Oh,
carved out of stone.
And there will be individuals from all across the realms here.
Feels like he's speaking like we don't already know that and have had to hand out multiple assignments per day to just keep track of them.
That being said, there's going to be some rather questionable ones, of course, but we're all here for the same reason. The most concern is anyone that could pose as a threat to the people here of Casil and, of course, those of SFS. Especially those that would pose a threat to anyone here within the city.
Lumion's like looks over to you and raises an eyebrow ever so slightly. I know that you and your other brothers will not approve of some of the tactics. However, Cayenne has approved of the tactics. We have removed individuals already with such threats and executed them on other realms of existence to simply misdirect things, and the documentations have been forged that they have traveled to such locations.
I'll be blatantly honest with them. It is not my place to make judgment on such things. I may be a blade of Bahamut, but there are, like I said, there are some necessary evils in this world that need to be performed in order to keep peace and balance. And
possible deniability. You really have been brushing up on your royalty shit. Spoken like a real politician.
Lumion looks over and it's just you know of Lumion's day-to-day work, and you've had involvement in some of these assignments and things that he's dealt with. Some of the people that have disappeared in the city recently were things that even you have heard of it within the city that were concerning.
Disappeared or
Ben disappeared.
Lumion would tell
They
you,
may or
but then
may
you
not
might
be in
disappear.
a box forever away somewhere.
Lumion looks over to you. So, Emperor Scabbard, are our services adequate?
more than enough, Lumion. Again, I thank you. This is significant and will definitely be extremely beneficial to make sure that things run smoothly as possible for this. Whether or not the others will be on board operating with the shadows here, of course, it's entirely upon them and their decisions. But that remains to be seen until said meetings are made, if they accept the invitations. I'm not going to force them to do so. While it is within my power, there's no reason for me to enforce that. I think it's more beneficial if they were to do so willingly, to show that we can easily work together.
Cayenne, you would actually be able to chime in because of your position. That you know that there is a relationship between the city guard, the city nobility, that the shadows are an integral part of the actual city defense and militant force.
The guard works with the shadows because they're important to how the city actually functions.
It's not so much the guard I'm concerned with. It's whether or not the guild leaders would actually be on board.
And you know they have relations with Lumion and his shadows.
The guild leaders do.
Yeah. Everybody that lives within the city are aware of the various layers of defense. They just don't know the details.
Yeah, the guild leaders are on board too.
If that's the case, then we should have no problems. This should work well. It's just a matter of finding the right people within the guilds now. I have a feeling that. Sorry?
That's up to you, Scav.
Yep. Now it's just a matter of playing the waiting game to see if whether or not they'll actually show. Hopefully they do. I have no connections to the Druid Circle. And I don't know if they have any, if they received the invitation or not. Perhaps if you were able to maybe let them know or something if they didn't. I'll go ahead and ask, of course, Mongo and Nikolai the same, but hopefully they got them. Meantime, once again, thank you, Lumion. Thank you, Cayenne. Thank you, Belle.
As you turn from Lumion's desk to thank the shadows, they're already gone.
Discreet and efficient. I like that. Go ahead
Gotta
and
work quick.
take my leave, so I'm not taking up any more of their time. And just make my way to see if I can't find the others and see about getting those messages sent out or invitations to those that I don't have connections to.
Lumion looks over to you after Scabbard leaves. That candle is not too bright.
I'm gonna be honest, sometimes Scav does monologue a bit. Or he repeats the same words often. But
That
he
is a
means well.
terrifying notion because I have spoken to Nikolai and getting to the point is not his strong point, but however, he is improving on
He's getting better. We just gotta protect his head.
that. Are you speaking of Scabbard or the Nikolai?
Yes. The answer to that question is yes.
Look, usually the brain is like a really firm jello. For Scabbard, it's like a really barely set jello.
Damn.
Jeez.
Knocked around a lot. A little cobalt. It's not the brightest bulb. It means well.
He's not the brightest tool in the crayon box.
Lumion just looks over to you. Well, looks like you have to take a trip to the Druid Circle.
Yep. Before I go, I got to meet my grandfather.
Lumion looks over and actually smiles a little bit. That's wonderful to hear. I hope it was well tidings.
Yes. He actually gave me ingredients to essentially make a brew.
I look forward to this. As your sibling would say, I will be the guinea pig of the first batch.
Knowing my grandfather and the kind of offering that he prefers, which is a brew you make, he gave me good ingredients to get me started. So I'm excited to see what'll come of it.
Oh my god, Toby.
He did say that he's going to show himself at our ceremony. And he's gonna give me and Osling the chance to say goodbye to our parents.
looks to you and he's like, that is truly a wonderful gift to give you. And I look forward to meeting your father.
My grandfather also gives his good graces on you. He approves of you.
That warms my soul. Oh, they're just fidgeting away with the new boy.
I'm fucking jealous. Yeah,
It's
any
gotta be
idea
a
how my
fidget
leaf- I
toy
want to fidget
nice
with that fucking thing.
that you probably see.
Supposed to be like this. This is, hey, this is cool. I
Lumion
got
gives
one.
you a nice hug and a gentle kiss on the forehead. You better get going, as the city is a bit more busy and it's hard to get around.
That it is. I'm going to give him a hug and a gentle kiss on the cheek.
He gives you that goofy smile of happiness that you can bring out of him. Nikolai, what are you getting up to?
Yeah, after reading Todd, try to track down Tim, see if he has had any progress. He's,
Fresh my memory. It's been a
she said she could fix the
Scroll.
scroll. So getting a follow up. If she's not done, she's not done.
Yeah. You do catch up to Tim, and she's like, "Oh, Nikolai, the item that you
Yeah.
requested, under construction still.
How things going on?
It is going well. I am making adequate improvements on its design, as it's rather outdated."
The I give you?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Very cool. No, it was like otherwise. I'm like, for you, in your world, how are you doing?
Oh, processes are going well. Upgrades are going well to the maw. I am doing quite well, as one would say.
I have started doing something. Those that I consider friends. Please try to remember that unless I say otherwise, any interaction that you and I have are as friends.
They raise an eyebrow and narrow their look at you. Would there be any other interaction, Nikolai? As this is a ship, and our captain strongly advises that we are chums with those that we actually cherish.
As I go about talking to my friends, they start out in this very formal, conversation, encounter, because I guess I'm a geek.
Ah,
So I just wanted to make sure that you know that you and my friends first.
that process was already adequately processed and confirmed.
Okay.
I don't know why there needs to be a query to clarify it.
Because it's just a thing that happens, and I just wanted to make sure. Like when I asked how you were, kind of defaulted to reporting on things you're doing.
I'm quite busy,
I know.
Nikolai,
I know.
and I have many
Anything
processes to tend to.
I can help with?
Nothing as of now. I will inquire, however, with you, Nikolai.
Okay.
How is your current set of processes going?
Going fine. Have verified that's I verified that a certain someone is not really
that as well.
The projects for putting the stage and stuff together for Pisces Judgment on the barbecue. Things working fine. It was really hairy there for a while. Now that I have a moment, I figured I wanted to catch up with my friends that are about the town that I haven't seen for a few days.
I heard that of the issue that you had regarding the process of, as you say, the main stage, and the test subject was launched into the ocean. Unfortunate, but however, quite amusing.
Yeah. They're okay with it. It was their idea. Test.
What a hell of a thing to happen. Test it. Flying out of the fucking city over the mountain into the ocean.
It's only a bad thing if you don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Because now, if we ever need to replicate that, we know how.
It was a belly flop.
I mean, if we ever need to launch somebody like that, know how to do it.
Dude, a belly flop from almost, what, 10 stories up?
Could come in handy. If Nikolai ever finds a bucket that starts mouthing off to him, he knows how to deal with it.
Is there anything else you're in? Or are you just gonna hang out with Tim?
Yeah, just gonna hang out for a little bit, see what they're doing. If they can help with anything, whatever. It's just like you said, just see every day. After a little bit of time, I'll probably go to speak to Audrey with something that she was doing. So I have to remember what that was.
I'm drawing so many blanks tonight.
The main thinker of this town. Feel like it.
I swear I'm just going to get duct tape and tape this right here for now. Because it just keeps falling.
Well, it's the cable there that's pushing pressure at the top. And, move the cable over here. Works for me.
Stay.
Spend a little time chewing fat.
Mongo, what's up?
Where am I in relation to the other Munchkin Tabaxi families?
Which ones?
Mine.
We could just say that you're actually at a tavern, getting some food. They're serving bread bowls
Love a good bread.
with a almost like a really nice hearty vegetable cheese stew. Large chunks of carrot, large chunks of broccoli, large chunks of potato. There's a little bit of pork belly in there.
But kill for a bread bowl like that. Yeah, fuck it. Now's a good enough time. I take it coin there.
Yeah.
What you drinking out of?
Let's see. What is
Let
coin
me get your
drinking
refill.
out
Drink, come and bring it back.
Oh, we're gonna see just how slick Mongo is.
She's actually drinking out of a glass skull.
All right, I guess I can't fuck with that one. Shit.
Huh?
Guess I can't fuck with that one. That's one of hers.
It's almost like a crystal skull that she's just.
Yeah, you're at the bar, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, but is that one of hers though?
you don't know. She has an assortment.
This is true.
She has a bag of holding that is literally nothing but cups and mugs.
Of course. Gonna wait till she is looking away for at least like a little bit. And I'll probably get impatient and it's like, wait, Isn't that one of your friends over there?
She looks over. Light a paw. Oh my god. She's currently talking about one of the things that she's dealt with recently, making note of it,
16.
where Cayenne was working with Violet, and Violet was being a particular dick at the Druid Circle and actually ran away with Cayenne's father's blanket.
Oh shit. That's lethal.
The anger of Cayenne has reared its angry head at that bird. Seriously,
Violet,
cat.
You said violet. It's like, who's violet? Oh, purple.
Purple.
Violet is gonna get some violence.
Someone's getting their
Hmm?
feathers plucked.
But it sounds so cool. I need to put it up.
Oh, what was your sleight of hand?
16. You saw right through it.
You hear, as she's standing on the table and your father's laughing a little bit, she's like, I know what you just did, Mongo.
Yeah, I'll just hold up the one she was drinking. What? It looked cool. I just wanted to see it. I didn't spill a drop.
She walks back over. She looks at the table. There's a drop spilled.
I didn't spill 2 drops.
She looks at the table.
Okay, I may have spilled half of it.
I give you an 8. And she pauses as she sees the cup. 8, 4. And she goes and picks it up and she's like, where did you find someone to replicate this?
I did.
Wait. Okay, I haven't seen Ace in a while. What
Does
did
he
you
poop
do
out
to it?
there?
What did you do to Ace?
I did nothing to Ace. As far as I know, Ace is fine. Probably training with that fucking dummy. Nikolai's probably fine too. I may have had a meeting with Kippa. And then a field trip with Plume Tree the day before.
Modern problems require modern solutions.
If it works, it works.
Except now
There's one in the front holding it.
it's
And she just walks over to you and gives you a hug, and you both fall off this table and on the floor. And your father looks over the edge. Hey, get a room. And she's like, if this is a proposal,
No, this is checking something off the to-do list.
this isn't something you check off the to-do list. This is something you do when you care about somebody.
Best-
Well, yeah, what do you think it wound up on the to-do list to begin with?
Well, you can have the skull one.
Wasn't even sure if that was yours or the tavern's.
Friend of mine, I got it from a fae in a fair bet that they lost. In the Feywild, it's from one of the crystalline beasts that roam the area there.
I assume that it's safe to drink out of.
Oh, you want to see an interesting trick with it?
Oh,
She takes the cup and she empties it out completely. And she reaches in her pocket and she pulls something out. She's like, "This is something that Bot gave me. It's absolutely disgusting." And
I have no doubt that he meant to. Well.
she pulls the lid off, and you're just like, "Ooh."
Oh, fuck. Oh, that's definitely false.
It's
Oh,
like
fuck.
if you took the fermenting process of stromi and kimchi and combined them into one, and then fermented cheese in that process.
What's wrong with you?
Well, that's one way to clear the fucking tavern.
And she pours the whole lot of it
I'll
into
certainly
the
do it.
cup, and she closes the container that it was in. And she hands it over to you, and it's been actually, you see it just slowly changing. And it just, the skull itself seems to cast purified food and drink on it.
Holy shit.
That's pretty cool stuff there.
Only works once a day, but you get the point.
Yeah. Fuck.
I think it's a fair trade.
There's no trade necessary. It's
Trade! Oh, and she reaches in her pocket. Before I forget, I got a hold of a few of my bard friends, and they kind of worked on something, and you can see it's like hand-stitched, leather-bound. It's not like the really fancy books you get. Like, they took a piece of leather, actually shaped it out to be a cover, and you can see a bunch of, like, different parchments inside of different qualities. And she hands it over to you, and she's like, "Pointers from all my bard friends on doing comedy and some of their inside jokes."
I could use all the help I can get if I'm gonna keep having impromptu performances.
Oh, it's a good way to improve.
Got nowhere to go but up.
And she pulls you up onto the bench.
Oh no.
It's a gift from me to you.
As that is more of returning something that was taken from you.
And she hugs the mug gently, and you can see how much she actually cares about it.
There's something else we have to talk about.
Uh-oh.
Not here. But it's
Look,
also...
we're not breaking the old man's heart.
No, it's along the same lines of returning what was taken.
Let's enjoy the night, and then we'll consider destroying my feelings. She looks at you, and she's
Ow.
like, "Look, it can't be as bad as the time that a prince said he'd rather sleep with the local town whore than actually entertain me for a drink."
One more time?
I'm just gonna let you process that one.
The look on Cayenne's face after hearing that.
Cayenne is anger.
Bitch, they said what? I need names, I need address, I need plane, I need race, I need name, I need last known description, closest blood relative.
There's a name on a list that is going to get crossed off.
Cayenne needs a new batch of jerky.
You are shitty in life, but in unalivingness,
You'll be
you
sure.
may make decent jerky.
Ah, revenge is delicious.
Now, is that jerky best served cold?
Dude, there's something weird about like jerky. When it's like room temperature, it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you guys are able to just go about your business for the rest of the day. At the end of the night, do you decide to break the news to Coin? Or just hold off?
Well, she knows that I got something to tell her, the unhappy variety. So whenever she wants to hear that, that is when I will tell her.
In regards to that, she simply said the ball is in your court to tell her.
Probably just wait till it's the two of us.
Huh?
Probably just wait till it's the two of us then.
Easy enough. Your father retires to his closet, and you guys
It still fucking hurts.
retire to your room.
Yeah, so, there is no good time to say this. Probably just like sit next to her, hold hand.
She looks at you, and she's got those big, like,
Don't tell me
kitten
you're gonna
eyes.
die soon.
got those big kitten eyes going that she often has.
So that meeting that I had with Kippa where Plume Tree popped in the day before, she also told me about something else. About you.
Oh. I've been pretty open about my nature.
No. More of your origins.
Yeah. My mom kind of is, a really famous bard.
And apparently not biological. To you. Apparently, that's something else we have in common, is that we were both raised by those that did not spawn us.
She looks at you. The fuck you talking about? Okay, stop playing a Nikolai and just cut to the chase.
Okay,
Where does this come from?
going to blurting it out awkwardly. Kippa told me that your actual parents were the rulers of a kingdom. I don't know if I ever got the name of it though.
I don't think you did.
No, she doesn't know yet.
And some evil pricks decided to put the kingdom under new management. Killed your biological parents, the whole rest of your family. Missed when it came to you, and you came into the care of the one you call your mother.
Okay. I take stock in a lot of what Kippa says, and she's usually 100% right, like flawlessly right all the time. But I'm calling bullshit on this one because I don't remember any of this at all. And she stands up and she starts going through. She pulls out her, like, a few scrolls and she starts tossing them around. Like, takes a scroll, looks at it, throws it aside, takes another scroll.
Not that one, not that one, not that
Yeah,
one.
and you're just watching all these scrolls land on the ground.
Probably has even more scrolls tucked away than I do.
And she just eventually takes off her outer vest and she turns it over and dumps it and sits
On
down
the
and goes
pile.
through. Around to organizing this. Ah, there it is. Cool. She opens the scroll and she doesn't even bother. She starts reading from it. And she uses her foot, and you see her put her claw out. She makes a circle, and you see her read this, and you can see the ground change into symbols, bardic symbols, and you can see it kind of turn a little bit and turn again. It's almost like you're a vault door.
Yeah.
You can see the thing spin around, and it just falls inward, and out pops her mom.
She summoned her mom.
And then she picks up another scroll, and she reads it, and she has a ball in her hand, and she throws it, hits her mom, and her mom can't talk. She's like, "You're gonna listen to me. You're gonna tell me the truth. When I say you can tell me the truth."
Fucking Coin's awesome.
And her mom moves her hands and casts a counterspell. She's like, "No, you ain't silencing me. Why was I summoned here without permission?" And Coin's like,
Do I get to find out Coin's mom's name?
Oh, so she's like really there?
"Yeah,
Okay, so it's not like not like she speaking with the dead or something.
Literally created a magical hole.
Just
And
grab.
basically Bugs Bunnied her here.
yeah." This is the mom that raised her. Like, you're gonna start telling me right now the actual answers that I want, or I'm going to start using bardic spells to remove things.
Fuck.
And you know my talents with cutting words.
Oh, fuck.
And her mom's like, "You wouldn't dare." She's like, "Well, you had time to start speaking, mother." Or imposter. And she's like, "All right, who told you?" She looks past at you. "Mongo, we're gonna have words when this is done. Sit down now, sir.
Sitting down.
Shut up. Hands in lap where I can see them."
Trying to really fight the urge to say, but I can explain.
And Coin just steps in front of her view. "Oh no, you don't get to boss him around. I'm an adult now. You're an old adult. We're gonna speak this out." And you can see some like sadness from her mom. She's like, "Look, I can explain. I can actually explain." And Coin is sitting there, and she starts tapping her foot like almost like a rabbit.
Like, do it then.
Then explain. Stop using muddled words and explain. You've always spoken clearly. Explain. Get the dick out of your mouth. And her mom's like, "You dare."
That's what happens when two bards meet.
And Coin's like, "Yes, I dare. I got other things that I can say."
I will try to comfort Coin. It's probably going to end badly for me.
And her mother's just like, drags a chair over and sits down. She's like, "Look, this is the story. No, I'm
Yeah, we'll
not
see you
your,
guys next week.
I'm not your mother, Coin. And the worst thing I ever did to you was to pay somebody to modify your memory so that you would forget everything before me." And you see Coin just, you can see her fur just like anger.
Slowly frizzing up.
She's like, "I didn't kill your parents. I worked for your parents." And Coin's like, "Oh, so you're responsible for them dying?" She's like, "No, I worked for them my entire life. I was raised into working for them. And I had you away on a field trip because I was your wet nurse. I knew what happened and I took you to protect you." And you just see Coin go from that anger to that just suddenly sad and just she walks to the door and just walks out, closing it.
Not the best way to make a first impression.
What?
I don't know how much your daughter has told you about me and my family. What's the name of the country she came from?
Well, it wasn't much of a country, it was an island. And fishing was our prospect, essentially. But we were all Failey folk, so the island was rather, as you could imagine. It's a simple country, really. We believe it was a gift of Skycat, but it was often referred to as Paw's End.
Pause in
Paw's End.
end.
Yeah, END.
Do you know who did the evil deed?
No.
Breaking out the bad book.
Tom went digging for info and he found it.
Certain members of my family are the unforgiving type. We're already in the process of liberating one island. This one's on the list.
Then he comes
And
walking in.
those-
I got home and Coin walked out with Dad. She looks over. Who in the hells are you?
Oh, my sister, Sunny. Sunny, this is
Madam of the banquet.
Madam of the Banquet, Coin's mother.
And Sunny's like, when the hell did she get here? Okay, I'm gonna go find food. And you hear Sunny walk out. Get weirder and weirder. I got the cause of it for once.
Not my fault this time.
And you see her she has like a cloak floating behind her like Doctor Strange style. Just kind of pat her on the shoulder.
You're okay.
Look, if it's any solution, all the way up until this point, Coin has spoke nothing but highly of you. How much she cares about you specifically.
I can promise you that the feeling is mutual.
And she gets up and walks over to you and she's like, I don't know how to resolve this.
It's a bombshell of immeasurable magnitude, what she just found out. It will take time, but I have every faith in her that she will still see you as her mother. Family is much more than just what flows through the veins.
Well, I suppose I can do motherly duty and clean up this pigsty of a room you have. He starts picking up all the scrolls.
Those are all coins, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I have all mine tucked away.
Cayenne, do a perception for me.
Some
That's a 21.
Holy shit. Pulling a fucking scab over there. So you're heading down to the Druid Circle later in the day after dealing with some other things. And you're heading down one of the more offbeat paths. And you walk past the tavern and you see Maggie and Coin in the tavern.
I go into the tavern and say hello.
Maggie looks over. Oh, Coin's having a bad night. Coin's like, how do you kill a parrot?
Depends on what said parent did.
Said parent lied to their child their entire life and used modified memory on them so that they forget who they were.
Was there a reason why this was done?
And Coin just kind of takes a drink and she's like, I'm anger drinking, talk to Maggie. Maggie's like,
God, Mongo's gotta get the fuck over there.
Maggie's like, let's step out on the balcony where it's quiet.
I'll follow Maggie.
And he pulls out his wand and he casts some sort of spell, and you just see like this, like almost like being inside a blown up bubble. It's got that like beautiful shimmer, rainbowness to it as you're standing inside of it. And he casts something else, and he's like, well, my last hour has been interesting listening to Coin.
Very.
Yeah.
So, the string of events are along the lines of this. Bongo presented Coin with a pup that she lost. They had a good merry night out doing things. They apparently had a talk back at the house. They got angry and summoned her mother, and apparently found out her mother is not actually her mother, but was her wet nurse, and that she was actually royalty, and that her now mother used modified memory on her to protect her and make her forget that she was ever nobility.
That sounds awfully familiar.
Oh, and her parents were killed. Yeah.
Maybe there was a reason that she cast modify memory outside
Plausible.
of protecting her.
Plausible deniability and not tracking down who you were. Modified memory is dangerous. Look at Sir Mir. Look at me.
Fuck.
We're both fucked.
In Sir Mir's case, it was used multiple times, and in your case as well.
You know how screwed up the cobwebs are in my head. I'm dealing with broken memories from modified memory. I'm also dealing with broken memories of puppet me. Also, yeah. it is way too spacey out here.
We've got to find a way to get Coin in a calmer mood.
He looks up at you and he just kind of nudges your leg a little bit. You could always hotbox her with some of your extra specials.
Hard to be angry when you're fucking high as a kite.
That that's actually not a bad idea.
I'm sure you were headed somewhere. Why don't you take her along? She looks at you like a sister. I'm sure she could use the camaraderie instead of a broken old man that really doesn't know how to put pieces back together.
You can come with me too if you like.
I don't mean to sound rude, but I have had enough outdoors.
I understand.
Yeah, you can keep playing with it. It's amusing. And Maggie heads back in with you after dispelling the spells, and he goes over to the local guard. And local guard, he punches the local guard in the leg. He's like, "Look, I'm drunk and disorderly. Take me home." And a few guards come over and start to escort him back to home.
Oh my god.
You know, when you're not sure where you're at, a guard in this town would be able to escort you. It's actually a really fucking clever move.
Minor assault, in the very least, they take you to the drunk tank for the night.
Yeah.
Very least.
And Coin is just sitting there, and she looks at you, come
Or
over.
very worst.
Oh, so Maggie deserted me too. Great. Apparently, it's parents are in the mood to desert Coin.
I won't desert you, but I would like you to go with me.
Can I hate drink along the way?
Yes, bring drinkies with you.
She goes over to the bartender. She takes out about 12 different cups and sets them in a row. Fill these. Non-well stuff. Top shelf. Don't cut the drinks either. And the bartender looks at her and is like, right. And she sets down the money for her. And he fills the drinks and she just puts them in her bag.
So even like she's got a bag of holding that won't let the drink spill.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
It sounds like something that Quinn would do. Damn sure.
Sounds like somebody would have when they have a constitution of a minimum of 20.
And Coin just starts walking with you, starting on the first drink.
If she
Boy,
wants
she
a
might have broke
comfortable
it.
place to lounge, she can always be on my back.
And you can just see her huffing at her warm breath in the air, just visible as she's huffing every time she takes a drink. Her little brow furrowed.
She's pissed. She's fucking adorable.
And of course, you're headed off to the Druid Circle. It's a lot more of a quiet time at night to do that. So
I figure a little walk while you get some drinks would help a bit with the news you received.
Coin is like, I was betrayed. I was double-crossed. I was bamboozled. I was lied to.
That unfortunately happened to Osling as well. In fact, it happened to really all of us, Mongo included.
One's like, but there is a fine difference there. Yes, I understand. You lost your parents. You were aware of that when you finally learned the truth. You knew you were being raised by somebody that wasn't your mother. This lady fucking just modified memory to make me think she was actually my mother.
Question: did Mongo ever share the information with us about exactly what happened in the kingdom that coin was from?
He's never shared that at all.
Very
This is the first time you're hearing about it.
No, Mongo would you'd probably at least know upon hearing this, like, okay, Mongo would be telling Coin first, and then you guys would find out.
There had to have been a reason why such extreme measures were put in place.
I mean, look, I'm an adult, practically speaking, by all terms, except for my height. But you would think, hey, let's talk about the birds and the bees. Hey, let's also talk about your actual parentage and what happened, instead of continuing to masquerade as mom.
Given what Maggie had told me, from what it seems like, or at least to me, it seems that the woman who raised you as your mom was wanting you to live a normal life in case those that were doing bad within your kingdom would come after you. She may have thought it was better to lie to you all these years rather than tell you the truth and you potentially go off the revengeful path and then no longer be here.
Look, I'm a bard. Vengeance is kind of one of our pillars of understanding of being a bard. The only
Vengeance
ones
is
that got us
revenge.
beat in that are rogues, but you know, rogues are just. I'm gonna brood in a dark alley. I mean,
Really do.
there's also Scabbard that I caught him last week sitting on the edge of a building brooding, saying he needs to watch over the city.
His favorite place.
Who does that?
Want to be Batman's?
Want to be Batman's?
Sorry, I couldn't help it. Just
Fine.
throw him to the bus.
That's honestly probably where he is right now, near the end of the night.
Oh,
For fuck's sake.
the
No, you would be at
only,
home with your egg.
only beings I can think of that could do such would be those known as Batfolk.
You know, did you I met a fat folk bard, and look, I understand their eyesight isn't the best, but I didn't realize it was that bad. Have you ever seen one drunk? Oh, that is a special treat. You think a normal person is uncoordinated when they're drunk?
That sounds like an interesting spectacle to see.
Yeah. Their significant other was also a bard. A possum. Very strange couple.
I can't even picture that.
Look, the possum, I forget his name. He was an ascended possum. But honestly, he wasn't a very good bard. All of his jokes were trash. Coin just looks into her drink. Okay, one more really bad joke. I swear Mongo's rubbing off on me.
Oh, no consent.
The bad folk, man, their jokes were something to hear. Huh?
I felt
Love
the
it.
vein vibrating on the side of my head.
She takes another drink. Where are we going?
Go into the druid circle.
Oh, I haven't been there in a while since the last time you took me.
I have a short little business thing that I needed to do. I needed to check to see if they got an invitation from Scav. But I also wanted to spend time with you since you were not in good spirits, and I thought a walk alongside a friend would be good.
A walk alongside a friend is great. I'm still not in good spirits. I'm still angry drinking.
Well, as long as this helps a little bit, that's all I care about. I don't like to see you upset.
Look, let's be honest. I'm not gonna be angry long. And Mongo is really good at helping calming me down.
That I can believe. You two have great chemistry together.
Now if we can just get it through his head.
I'm sure I can kick hard enough. Knock something around in there. Make things click.
Did you know if you shake Scabbard really hard, his head rattles? The jokes keep coming.
You know, wouldn't be wrong. Got a bunch of little floating bits of horn that just clink and clatter.
To be fair, Mongo does know that he and Coin have great chemistry together. I mean, we got Holtz's fucking bag.
You haven't looked deep enough into that bag or investigated a lot. Or done an identify on it.
Yeah, that is true.
I
So-
think the joke went over your head.
It really did.
So, you do get to the druid circle. You're greeted by that familiar little fox watching you. Full winter sausage at this point.
I'm gonna give an enthusiastic wave to the fox.
It darts off per usual.
It sees me, run away.
Shit, I've been spotted.
I'm gonna be looking for the archdruid to greet them and check to see if they received an invitation.
Abram, she is there, and she's like, oh, man. And really strong alcohol.
Hello again. It's been forever.
It has, and it's been very busy up here. Lots of druids coming through for some sort of feisty cue.
Oh yes, you remember the member of our party named Feisty?
Yes, oh, is that a celebration of her?
Yes.
One of nature's wonders.
She is the sole judge.
Ooh.
She's a
Well-
lot different than the last time I had spoken to you about her too.
As she finally blossomed into what I could see before.
She definitely is a lot more free now.
Good. And Coin goes over and sits next to the fire, and she's just like huddled up next to the next drink like it's hot chocolate. Anger drinking.
I've actually come to check to see if an invitation received from my brother Scav.
Invitation. I received documents. She goes to her little home and she has a little bundle of documents. And she's looking through them. And you can see the royal invitation. And she just she just goes right past it, not knowing that's what it was. And you realize very easily that Scav had a normal invitation set. There was no braille put on it for her to read.
He didn't know. So. He doesn't know that she can't see. He's never been.
Wait just a moment. You passed it up.
Oh. Hmm.
My
He holds up his
my
stack
brother
for you.
sent a normal invitation.
Oh. Well, it's a good thing that the Fates decided that you actually show up tonight because I've been using these documents as kindling.
And how did Scav lose a druid? If you don't mind, I can read it for you.
If you would be so kind.
No.
Not a problem at all. And I would gently get the invitation to open and read.
Yeah, it's one of those really fancy invitations with the wax seal, and you open it up, and
Really fancy invitation, sealed in wax, written crayon.
No.
No,
I'm
not
actually,
sealed, wax, sealed in crayon.
So he actually is proficient in calligraphy, actually. He does know how to write proper letters.
fancy chicken writing. Yeah, it's a letter by Scabbard. As much as it sounds like an invitation, it is still a demand for them to show up and almost like pleading.
It's not the man. I actually wrote it out. I can send it to her.
Okay, well, you have the actual invitation.
Give me 1 second. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, we just need to get a fucking.
It's a fidget toy for me now.
And sent.
I see Cayenne reading an invitation.
This is what it says. Good evening. As you are aware that the barbecue festival is just around the corner, I have been assigned to the security detail by Empress Kippa and upper nobility. As such, I have been working on putting together a team and have come to a conclusion that would be most beneficial to the city and its people. I do not request of you a meeting, nor do I make any demands, as it is not my place to do so. Rather than invoke nobility, I am instead providing an invitation of meeting with each of the guild leaders, yourself included, within the city, a show of friendship and good faith. Formalities are not necessary, as I simply seek to meet and discuss an idea as a friendly face. Seeing that this is an event that is significant enough to draw attention of not just the people of the Isle, but also those of other realms, I believe it would be good to show that the guilds are more than just that, but the lifeblood of the city that work together to keep the city alive and well alongside its people.
Oh wow, the second part of that didn't make sense.
Oh my god, he's
There's more?
monologuing. Holy monologue, Batman.
Hey, I wrote it out as like a proper actual like invitation.
Even DMs need fidget toys.
This seems like a decree. This doesn't seem like a short and simple invitation.
I like how he put in, instead of ordering you into it like I could, I'm asking you to be nice.
No, it's more so just like, look, you don't have to show up if you don't want to. It's
It-
fine. I
Yeah,
just
but
think it'll
the
be
fact that you threw in all of the other things, that it's like, I'm the head of security, I'm the emperor. I'm not ordering you into this, but it'd be nice of you.
She looks out, she kind of smiles a bit, and she's like, this is rather simple. You know how us druids work. If it's important, he will get his sorry ass up and come down here and speak to me in person. And as a druid, for such nobility's sakes, I'm not needed for this. Nature will find its own way.
that's fair.
From what I gathered with his meeting with my soon-to-be husband as well as myself, he's essentially wanting to get members of the guilds to work along with the shadows to provide security and safety for the city during this event with the huge influx of people, as the city guards are working double time at the moment.
She's like, look, there's not much that a druid is going to do anyway. We make sure that the food is safe to eat, and we've done our part already. We make sure that nature is in check. Again, we've done our part already. We don't need a decree to ask us to do our job. Our job is simply done by the whim of nature.
I am aware of this, but
I know that you're aware of this.
Scav, he doesn't know if he is, I guess, allowed here? I guess he thinks he needs to be brought here?
Anyone can come to the Druid Circle and attempt to speak to me. It just depends on what terms they show themselves at. You're either going to get my warm lovingness, or you're going to get the wrath of the winter coming down on you.
I will definitely make sure that Scav knows everything that you've said.
I understand you to be a equal of mine in the field of being a druid, or to be an arch druid, a leadership position. So I don't need to lecture you on the ins and outs of being a druid. Perhaps you should take some of that high ground of yours and lecture him on the ins and outs of being a druid.
I think that might do him some good.
Coin's like, I like her. She's spicy like cinnamon.
You're gonna have to type out her name again.
Yeah, I can get it to you.
Because it is lost in all of our chats.
Abram. Lady Abram looked into the circle.
Okay, you're killing me. You're killing me, cat.
She's like,
clubs.
That's too quick.
she goes over to her. She goes over. She brings back a tray and she holds out some the druid style cookies. They are baked over the open campfire.
I'm gonna
Thank
make
you.
sure that Coin gets one first.
Coin looks at it and sniffs it. She's like, ooh. Cookies. They're thyme, cracked black pepper, and cinnamon.
I'd fucking try that.
That actually sounds nice.
And very much a fall type of cookie. You're looking around like,
You're expecting cookies.
Me and I believe me,
Okay.
Duh.
Coin, and Lady Abram are going to spend time at the fire for a little bit before going back.
Coin actually hands out a few of her extra drinks that you guys could enjoy as well. You're realizing how heavy Coin drinks, and it's like drinking a Adios that's in a 16-ounce cup.
Gonna be feeling nice, warm, and toasty.
And Abram's over there like, oh, it reminds me of my younger days when I was in the 200s. Very old dork.
Dwarf lichen.
Yeah. And she's like, good drink. Good company. And she takes the invitation from you and tosses it into the fire.
That's fair.
Does Scav feel a disturbance in the forest?
He's probably like,
Probably
Watching
not.
it being thrown in the fire would have gotten a little snicker from Cayenne.
last person you want to throw authority at is a archdruid of a circle, much less a dwarf one. Nikolai, what are you getting up to tonight? Holy shit, you look like you haven't slept or you've been doing a lot of cocaine.
Yeah. Cat's killing me. For some reason right now. I'm like allergic to my cat.
You're always allergic to her.
Oh.
And she's extra dandery.
Yeah. Well, if it's evening time, then I would attempt to probably no, because this is kind of personal. Get her at the bar. Getting around that time, I would make my way to the bar that she said we went at the first time I met her, and Alicia shows up.
You don't run into a Cog, but you do run into Mellum.
Oh.
And she's not her usual powdery brownish white. She's just all kinds of grimy and oily and messy.
Hey, sister.
He looks over, and the only part is like around where her goggles were that is still the normal color.
What happened to you?
Oh, field test.
Workout?
Worked out wonderfully.
Awesome. What'd you blow up?
Ah, I can't tell you top secret.
Uh-huh.
Oh, but it's so much fun.
Can't tell me top secret, huh? Really?
She leans in really close. And she writes down in Moonmouse on a piece of parchment the short form of it. So she does short form Moonmouse, so you get the point of what it is. And essentially, it's a cannonball that is propelled with a fuse attached to it that blows apart into a bunch of smaller cannonballs.
Oh, nice.
Shrapnel cannonball.
It's like, fist bump. Like, that's awesome.
She gives you a fist bump back.
That's
I
awesome.
got the idea for this from about a while ago when Mongo threw a piece of candy at Scabbard's head in protest.
He's pretty cool. Good idea. No, I was hoping
That sounds like something Mongo would do.
to meet Cog here, but I guess she's busy. Have you
She's-
eaten yet?
Huh?
Have you eaten yet?
No,
Alright.
I've been sitting here staring at the bar, coming up with plans for more work.
Just stop and have dinner with me.
That hurt to say. My brother admitting that we need to take time? Oh my god. Wait until the rest of the family hears about this. Hold on. Pulls out a scroll. She puts a bunch of names on it and she messages everyone at once, saying that Nikolai said to take a moment and to enjoy the moment to have dinner. And you all receive this at the same time.
I'm probably very confused.
Right, so I'm talking to Coin's mom.
I has drinkies.
And now all of a sudden I get saying Nikolai's taking a moment.
Oh, by the way, this is Mellum.
Interesting.
Fuck, now I have to deal with this. I'm pretty sure this is an SOS.
Something's wrong. Yeah.
Is this how Nikolai cries out for help?
This is a Nikolai imposter. It's not possible.
Dylan is clearly saying that there's a problem,
In code.
but she's not allowed to actually state there's a problem. This has got to be secret code.
No, if there's a problem, Mellum would say he's acting normal.
Nikolai
Point.
taking a moment.
Coin looks over.
I have my doubts.
Coin looks over. Is that a cry for help?
No, I'm sure that she would say if help was needed.
I'm so confused right now. I thought it was the alcohol until you said something. And you get this too, and Kippa looks over. Are you okay?
Got a message from Milam. You didn't hear that?
No, I have protections.
Apparently, Nikolai told Milam to take a moment. Actually, just relax.
She pulls out a scroll, writes something down, and you see someone appear and then take the scroll.
A bit out of character for Nikolai.
A bit? A bit?
I didn't sense any distress. I don't think they're in trouble. It is odd.
Sonny opens the door. Mongo!
Yes, dear sister.
Do we need to save Nikolai?
I'm fairly certain we do.
I'll get Dad.
Thank you.
Do you think we should investigate?
I sent someone to handle it.
Okay.
Madam, would you care to join us in saving my brother's ass?
And she's like, you should watch your phrasing.
In saving my brother's backside. I'm pretty
I-
sure he's in fucking trouble right now.
Oh, a damsel in distress. Let's go. And she's dressed beautifully for a Munchkin Tabaxi. She's got jewelry hanging from her ears. Very nice gown on as well. Like an evening gown, like she was at work. She's got all these jinglies hanging from her wrist.
Of course, Munchkin Bagsy has danglies.
You can see rings on her actual tail that are gold with all sorts of gems on it.
Oh, I'm sure most of these are fucking magical.
Not even a little bit.
I-
She puts on a very good front, but she's not very. If you look past her presence, her daughter is very much more impressive. Coin doesn't put on much of a front for her prowess, but her mom does. And I'm just giving you to that one as you understand performance. So Melum's like, okay. Are you sure you're okay?
Like, stuff is working. They're, you know, what's supposed to happen is happening. Like, I can't. There's nothing I can do right now to move anything forward. Just wait for the next thing to happen.
Well, the next thing is dinner.
Yes. Have dinner. Tell Ace to order whatever he wants off the menu.
Ace orders the Warforged special.
The Warforged special? Oh god. Oh no. Based on what you posted recently.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Yeah, it terrifies me. Well, let's see what happens.
Yeah, Melum orders a meal that you guys can split between you.
Okay, cool.
It's something that's going to be delightful.
Yeah,
And,
strike up conversation. So, Noah, you follow any rules?
One.
Okay. May I inquire?
Yes, I follow Lady Osprey.
Who is that?
She is the Griffin Goddess of Vengeance.
Griffin Goddess of Vengeance, Lady
Osprey.
Osprey?
Mm-hmm. I heard Cayenne their perk up at this.
Yeah.
He's known to rule the skies, and those that strike ill will against her followers tend to suffer the vengeance of the lady. The sky would be blacked out by her and her flock, launching millions of spears at the enemy in a shower of vengeance.
What brought you
I
to
like her
this?
style.
I mean, I blew shit up and I've been killed already once, so
Yeah.
oh, here's the most glorious thing about the lady. Those that happen to survive the onslaught initially, it's said that thousands of giant hawks descend from the sky, lift the survivors upon the air, and impale them on spears and rip out their tongues and their eyes so they can't see the sins that they have caused, and let them slowly die on pikes.
Okay.
Cayenne's like, fuck yes.
I like this.
It's just okay. Damn it, Captain. Everything's good. Nothing happened. He almost ended the stream.
Show's over.
He
Osprey, the Lady of Vengeance.
he stood on the keyboard and I guess did Alt F4. Obius is like, "Are you sure you want to do this?"
And she takes out the tiny little symbol of the goddess that she's wearing, and it's a ring with crescents and jagged spears sticking out everywhere.
All right. Interesting. Just I don't know. After seeing that last vision about what Father's clone did, I'm struggling with my own issues on knowing how far I can go to protect those that I love.
She reaches over very casually, grabs one of your whiskers, and yanks it out.
Why did you do that?
Like, listen to me. I'm your sister. We're born from the same father.
Yeah?
The difference between us is you're not an idiot.
I don't think Father was an idiot. He was influenced.
Idiots are influenced. Intelligent people find their own ways. You're an intelligent person and you're finding your own way in the world with the support of your family and friends, and you're making your own way. You're realizing you're a lot bigger than you are smaller. In fact, I believe that you're already twice the mouse that Father was.
I get that fat, am I?
Hitler saying, right, Hitler?
I doubt you're right, but
I will pull out another whisker when you least expect it.
well, I sure as hell ain't gonna let you pull out a whisker when I know it's happening.
That's where I can hire people to do that.
No.
Then listen to the words that I'm saying to you as family.
Yes, but do you know what I'm getting at? Like, I'm not quite sure, like, I know how far I will go if I need to, but I'm not sure if I can come back.
She reaches
And it
over,
just-
grabs a whisker, tugs on it.
Stop it.
You're capable. She gives it a tug. You're
Yeah,
capable
stop.
of
No.
creating things, but not evil.
Stop it.
She lets go of the whisker.
And you know, keeping my hands covering my whiskers. And conversation I had with Cayenne brought me to realize that I could maybe speak with the gods I follow to see if they can help me know my potentials there. And well, so far, they were right. What happened? Okay. So far, they were right. And Eureka said that I will be able to mend the problems that I had with Cog. And in fact, she gave me an invitation for something that's happening at the beginning of the year. And I want to take a double check of it. Double check of it. Does it say I can bring someone with? Plus one. And I hand it over to her. I want you to come with, please. Yes. And
I would be honored. She reaches up and grabs one of your eyebrow whiskers and yanks it out.
put my goggles on now.
Come along. Next time you're fair evil, I will hire Hawk to restore you so I can pull them all out again. Is that understood, young man?
Wait a minute. I was born before you.
I died before you.
So that makes you even younger.
And much more adorable.
You are cute. This little tiny little, like, I can pick you up.
Don't you dare. You and Sunny and Madam eventually use the city guard and find him at the time. And you walk in just as Melon pulls out one of the Admiral whiskers.
Teaching people that it's like some sort of self-defense. Nikolai, what's wrong?
She keeps pulling my whiskers out.
Talk about a third part, like, they all look suspicious because they're tinkerers. You're in a whole lot of weird now. You went to a tinkerer's bar. There's oil everywhere, puddles of grease. There's rusty edges everywhere. There's dimly lit lights. There's
God, if these walls could talk. What the weird ass drunken machinations.
What are you guys doing here? What?
The fucking paper.
Like,
Oh.
in your head.
I know, we got a message that we're in trouble.
What?
Coded, but
What does this message say?
No, looks over. I sent a message saying that you said to take time and calm down and have dinner.
yeah,
What?
secret code.
Secret code for what?
That something's wrong with Nikolai.
He's also speaking about being evil.
Fuck, not again.
Like,
No, not being evil, just not knowing like how far I can go without being able to come back.
On your fucking edgelord.
Oh, shut up.
Dylan looks up. Look, he's wearing black armor.
I'm not.
God, I thought it was something in Greece.
I wouldn't wear black armor. I clean myself.
And immediately get covered in something else.
He hands you
Only
the
if I'm working.
Oh, I would befriend him if he starts to go down an evil path. I'm gonna hire war forces to hold him down and rip out every single whisper. Hire a cleric to restore them and do it again. Over and over.
Yeah, no, I already tried to make the point that we're not going to let him be evil, but he doesn't seem to understand.
I don't know. I think our parents probably said much the same thing to about my father. And look what the fuck happened.
Melon looks over.
Yeah, he made some dumb fucking choices. Not to mention, it sounds that he played pretty much right into somebody's grand plan.
Yeah, probably. I know that my father is not that monster that we keep on
Give the
following.
slaves to you guys over there. Cyan. You guys
But
keep-
still,
Coin looks like she's
from what I know of
pink.
the magics,
Of
clones
course.
or simulacrums are copies of the original. They are the original in any way, shape, or form, except not.
I do hope I can strive to be.
And so that means that the copy of my
I
father
appreciate that.
is in some way exactly what my father could do. And if I am my father's son, I could go that dark.
I knew that was coming. Woo.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 5.
Oh, go back. So it's like that one time you were hanging out and you downed an alcohol drink.
To make it last longer, they had to change a few things. And if they were changing that, they would have to change the view.
Yeah, I'm very warm and toasty.
You're handed another one.
I will continue having drinky coin.
Yeah.
You think if you please yourself, yeah?
Yeah.
Some will be quite dangerous.
Yeah.
Hey guys, probably wouldn't break yours. Okay.
True.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Seems Kimba has
Yeah.
a usual sleeve books across the table. You guys just use the actual side table as a sitting over here, and like you should kind of sit towards the middle. She has all these books on one side.
Yeah. I don't think my.
Think I had.
Well, see, and that's the thing. If my father didn't have good intent, then I, being my father's son, it means I could do something with.
Good point. Very well said. Ego.
It's like, I don't know that necessarily my father ever made it with ill intent. So, I don't know. It's like, the only thing I can do is hopefully I learn from my mistake. Learn from his mistakes. But that simply means that I could still make the same kinds of mistakes. I know. But still, just worried. I'm looking for an answer that can't be provided until the time comes. I understand that. Hoping it never comes to that. I don't know. Darkness.
You know what our lesson is? It's when we how much of this all we'll see the interest from you. It's true.
Yeah. They can't plan for everything. And I suppose in a way that's maybe something my father failed in. Always thinking that he could plan for everything.
Well, tomorrow you guys will be meeting your emissary.
I mean, even when I was able to meet my mother in the afterlife there, my father was busy trying to solve a problem of being dead. be honest with you,
I'm aware of the invitation.
I would probably be on the same. I would probably be there with him, doing the same thing, same situation. Especially if I knew that my friends and family had died because of something I did. Regardless of where I was, I would be trying to fix that problem until the end of time. Which then goes to say that I'm just like my father.
He's actually sitting at the windows.
I'm only saying
He's like, guys, yeah.
that should I not
He wears the pants.
know,
You wear the plate armor.
should I not be able to know a different
He's like, you're
way
allowed
to
to
go
down to the barracks and be with soldiers. He's not allowed.
if doing the same things that my father would do would get me closer to protecting my family and friends? I would do it. I just
He's provided.
I just don't know. I just
Honestly, the shadows are the best choice for this entire thing, in my opinion. They go unseen. They can only die if they're seen what happens.
to be honest with you, that's actually one of the things that I was expecting to think of
So here's interesting.
as a way to stop me from going too far. If I went that far,
Studying various
I wouldn't
cultures,
fight
how they do
for you to end me.
kind of hinted at the greater. So, not everybody's going to explain it. But here's how it actually works. You technically do. But the shadows are the ones that.
That's the thing.
Well,
It's not a joke.
I've
That's
heard
what
of
has me worried.
shelving. It's where you have cups and you have a bottle on the roof of the lamp.
If there is a greater good to be had,
So
sacrifice that I can take.
shadows are underneath the cups.
I
The figures that really actually accept this are the cups. They appear to actually be doing the work, but they're not.
then they can punish me.
Makes sense.
But if in the end the greater good is had, the punishment I'll take.
I simply just want to go ahead and try something. It might be good news. Yeah. All of this is good for the relations between our two groups.
I don't know. We know it's not we don't if we don't know, we suspect of some of the terrible things our parents have done. Perhaps
I have a new onslaught of books that have been gifted to me. Sounds like.
perhaps
Are you still concerned
what
with my
my father's clone or copy did was part of the solution.
Curious.
Maybe our
Seems odd.
parents weren't or were less
She just
or
kind of
less
lets out a small smile. One of those rare
innocent
smiles that
than we even can imagine.
uncommon from her. As
I don't know.
Has to be more noble. It sounds odd. Huh? I don't know. This is a character. It sounds odd. I know.
Yeah.
She every single
Maybe the greater good was for them to disappear.
she reaches into her pulls out a key. And it's a key.
Maybe
She's like, what?
maybe someone knew that despite our parents' best attempts or intents, they would
I'm surprised Mongo's not paying attention.
they would
It's like, no, but no.
this isn't going to be an easy conversation. maybe there was some proof that despite our parents' best intentions, they were going sour. Maybe they were only good because it helped them.
And then she takes out, she opens the doors to those people, and she reveals it as
Yeah. And sometimes people do shitty things for the right reason. All I'm saying is that I know that it's something I can do. I can do the wrong thing for the right reason if I don't know of a better thing to do. I can't know everything. So it's inevitability that I'm going to do the wrong thing for the right reason.
She just laughs.
And I don't know how wrong that thing can be.
I'm thinking about it. And you're just seeing, like, this is, you know, the
And
one
it disturbs me.
you're gonna see the two stories of this seems bigger. As I said, the one more likely. It's likely a threat of trash. Exception in terms of rapid. Small overs with dragons in nature. Oh, God. That's been a public argument. I've had a few lizard folk
But-
threaten me, a few dragon.
Anyways,
But things
let's
that
have a good
actually
dinner.
drag- It is definitely
You have to find what?
clear and difficult. The more and more
What happened?
persistence to it, notice things.
Well, she's always kind of disappearing.
So
Oh, yeah.
she walks over and teaches
Saying this.
what's going on.
Yes, I know.
Well, we live in
But she also has this tendency to show up, too. So can you be a little more specific as to what happened?
You don't notice it going through doors.
Only falling apart yet maybe
What happened?
Unpleasant conversation.
where many little dragons that have
Well,
always been the outcasts.
You're trying to
of
help
the
me. Maybe I can help you.
dragon. Oh, don't even get me started on the sisters. Man, that's
All right, brother.
they're gods.
You're here.
Or God born.
Big line. Just man in the
Very.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Hello.
being around people.
I forgot that she showed up.
No. Its functionality just. Every new person that comes to our fold adds another chapter. I'm not going to speak about it. She closes the book.
So, anyways, this is
You could read it.
presuming that there was a extra conversation going on with the NPC.
It is the.
Already started fixing some of the things that
by
my father's copy has done. I show you the note, the invitation I got from Cog. This is a invitation that I received from Cog to
be able to understand
hobnob with kind of a ritualistic thing that gnomes do every year.
That's
I
dangerous.
have been invited to a special Gnome Society event.
So she guides you out towards the library. Closes the door.
Yeah, I just hope I don't screw it up. I just hope I don't mess up.
You're turning into the paladin version of Fox. I have kind of think the same way.
Yeah,
So you probably more than I can count on
yeah. It's going to be interesting.
Cayenne, eventually you induce cards from the druid circle and start getting back up.
Remember what you thought, like you lose your ready time.
Not always, though.
Pretty sure that I've got
Have to overcome failures.
coin on my back
No.
at this point.
There's a reason why, though,
Every once in a
Mongo.
while, coin gives you a cog to strength. So that you
Because
don't
if you
veer off
have
into
this
another plan.
motion of devices screwed together,
Oh my gosh.
it's
you
going to
got two
undo
left
the
hooks
screw.
and two right hooks.
You're going to want to do it the other way so that it stays
I'm
tight.
sorry.
Strength wasn't that strong.
So not always is righty tighty,
For
lefty loosey.
me,
Sometimes it's the other way
It
around.
was a little bit.
Be that strong for you.
You have a whole other set of stomachs. The process.
Actually, that's a weird thing about Centaur anatomy that's up for grabs. Is they have multiple stomachs, but one stomach and longer intestines. It takes them longer to actually digest.
I go with the one stomach rule
No,
because horses
Definitely.
literally have a one-way track. They cannot vomit at all.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
So for we're gonna jump a little bit. Everybody eventually finds their way back. And the next day you have a meeting in the royal court with Kithel.
What do we do?
You're another con for the morning there, and see how bright and cheery you are.
Man.
13.
13. You're doing okay. It's all right.
I've probably found a way to make a hangover mask at this point.
Nikolai style goggles.
Coin might have a couple of those magic hangovers. I may be able to help.
Yeah, someone's got a hangover.
Feeling ill.
Laying hands, a thing a paladin can do to get rid of a upset stomach.
Yeah, so you all eventually
she woke up in the morning, she drank again and passed right back out. In fact, I personally stood to do her duties for the day. Which was something.
Sounds like Coin doesn't want to deal with life for a little bit.
When you guys get together, you see Kyan walk up and she's wearing her been out drinking with Coin beer goggles.
You had a long night, it looks like.
No, and needless to say, if you want to speak to the Druid Circle, as Lady Abram said, you need to get off your skelly ass and do it yourself in person.
That is fair. I don't know if I was welcome there or not.
Aren't they like
No,
temples? You can just go there if you want to.
Anyone can go to a Druid Circle within a city.
Suppose I shall make my way there.
And next time you send an invitation, make sure that the archdruid you are sending it to is not sight impaired. She threw your invitation in the fire.
Just saying this out loud for everyone here. Whoops, I am a dick.
So you don't consult with anybody when you send out letters to people? Druid. Like motioning towards our sister. You could talk to her and like find out about the Druid circle here. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, but she could have told you like when you told her like I want to write a letter that you know.
I had already written them, and that's what I had sent.
That's what I'm saying. Talk to your Druid sister about how to handle the Druid in the city.
Who was actually talking to somebody who fucking hates asking questions?
And you also have like an appointed like assistant by your wife. They should know shit. Sarmir is your assistant appointed to you by your wife.
Fucking walking away.
Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't actually have one, actually.
He never had that one assigned to him.
They don't pass.
Maybe that should be something on your list of to do. Is maybe talk to your wife about getting an assistant so you don't have to bother her all the time.
Never you mind. She's doing kingdom stuff, and not only that, she popped out an egg. Let's just add another thing to the list. It's not too much.
Get into the chambers. And open the door and get on in.
Certain here sitting across from him. You can do a perception check as well.
Ooh, cool. I can roll my dice.
I'm too hungover to notice anything with a 1.
It would be an 18 for me.
I got something really great for this. 8 deception? Yeah. So for those who won't walk the you see a 6'9" female tiefling sitting across from Sir Mayor.
Holy shit! She a fucking Ariel tiefling?
That's a big girl.
Her outer skin is like this dark onyx, like obsidian black, and then like she has a whole pattern where it's almost like a silverish type red. You can see like these 2 long horns that curve up, and another 2 that curve down along. And you can see she's wearing plate armor, but her entire stomach midsection is exposed. It's more like covering the sides and on her arms. Like there's so much exposure.
Oh, so classic fantasy lady armor.
Yeah. Like
I think, what was the characters? Barbariana from,
yeah, you can see beautifully intricate armor. You can see dozens and dozens of scars.
this is a season 4 here.
Okay, so when you're
Very-
down to still fighting like unarmored, or do you qualify as
And as you guys,
I mean, you could be naked, wearing a ring of protection, and still have a +2 to your AC.
as you guys are walking over to take your seat, you hear like flip of something, and you turn around and you see Kyan go face first into the edge of the table, and the piece
Oh.
of the table jumps.
Oh. Oh, Kyan, you okay?
And you find yourself on the floor seeing stars.
Alright, I know you said not to, but, lay on
I'm
hands.
sticking by that. Do not touch me.
Too late.
As you go to lay on hands, you feel a very strong grip on your hand, and you can start to feel the pressure on your actual bones. And you look up, you see this tiefling holding your wrist. And then she reaches over, puts an arm around your waist, Kyan, and just lifts you up to your 4 feet.
Thank you.
And she just gently like looks at you, and she does lay on hands on you, and she's like, "You can take it up with me if you want to." Look up, lay on hands.
I have no qualms with you.
And you see her walk away, and you see this long serpentine tail behind her, and you can see that it's wrapped in her. It looks like a long sword as it flows behind her.
Alrighty.
How's your face? What look like it?
I've done worse to myself.
Sir Mir looks over. Lady Kyan, I give that a 4 out of 10. If you lost a tooth, I would have rated it higher.
Still better than being strung up by Smiley.
I sense a story there at the end.
Very bad one. Very much fun.
Pip was like, "Oh my god, are you okay? Kyan, seriously."
I'll be fine.
Don't see anything broken.
you don't see the table?
Well, any people will be. People can be mad.
Well, now that the Callow has been instructed, the meeting is coming to head.
Culver, take my seat beside Pickle.
And Lady Pierce, the lady sits down in her seat. She kind of slouches back, and she's like, and she's just very casual about it, like. And Pip is like, "This is Lady Pierce. She's going to be your guide in the great. probably enjoying this lady.
Yeah.
The lady looks over at you, Kyan, and she's like, the last time I saw somebody hit a table like that, I was driving their face into it. Unfortunately, their face gave out before the table.
I'm just not all of sorts. I usually don't try to eat tables.
And she just kind of laughs a bit. It's like this really nice party bar.
Nikolai will quip. I know my sister can definitely be hard-headed, so probably why that didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm too hungover.
Oh my god!
That's a 6.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Well, a modified one. Damn.
I just know pretty tall tiefling lady.
Ooh, 26.
You two pick up on it that he is definitely a paladin. But she is also a bard. She's a paladin. Who will lay waste to you.
She will
Or
crush
both.
that pelvis, but not in the way you would like.
Oh my god!
Had to.
Who wants to argue about who's on the top with that one? I don't think you have a choice.
Okay, so clearly she's probably got some money. I'm wondering, is your sword named Snoo?
No, Snoo and Snoo. We're terrible people.
There is actually a sword within the actual realm by someone that when it actually strikes somebody, it sends burning pain from all the nerve endings in their body.
That sounds terrible. Let's not.
That
So, as
sounds
you're-
fun. How do I learn?
Instant burning pain to the sand. So you get to meet the lady, and that's where we're going to end it. Is just getting to meet her, and next time we'll actually dive into some full-on discussion of things. Right now, you have met your guy.
You.
Nice.
So, with the session coming to the end, we're going to do our quest roll. And, Kyan, what was the highlight for you? I could probably guess what it was for you.
I got to meet Grandpa.
Yeah, what'd you think of that?
That was awesome. It wasn't what I was expecting. I was really expecting like a grouchy, just super grouchy old man.
The super wholesome fatherly figure?
No, I wasn't expecting that at all, but I actually enjoyed that more.
Yeah, he's always been there just watching over you and Osley.
Another thing would have definitely been talking to Osling about what grandfather said and being able to keep her from destroying a book.
Shiver from Shiver's wrath.
That book almost became 2 parts.
Yep. And then, of course, spending time with Coin.
Yeah. Poor Coin.
Yeah. It was
What? Go ahead.
it was definitely needed.
Yeah, Coin needs more time.
Coin definitely had a bomb dropped on her.
She's not a happy camper. She's going to be drunk for a few days. What about you, Nikolai?
Two things actually. One, knowing that Cog is not angry at Nikolai, and two, so much not angry that he received the invitation for the event, the Gnomish like rite of passage end of year kind of thing. That it's just he's just excited that he's got acceptance. He's rebuilding those bridges that were torn down by his father's machinations.
He gets to go to a gnome party.
Depth of the destruction that your father brought has yet to fully be revealed. The depth of everything has yet to fully. I mean, has fully yet to. First layer.
That's the only reason he got invited was that way. Well, they can't do anything to the old man, but they can flog you.
What about you?
Trying to talk Nikolai out of his stupor.
He's not in a stupor. He's clear of mind.
He's dealing with depression.
Depression. Yeah.
With that, also being able to just, I finally got to be able to get that cut of the coin.
Yeah. That went happy.
Yeah, then there was that. But did also get to meet my character's, future mother-in-law.
Yeah.
Got another vengeance quest.
Yeah, the Obscura Part 2.
Maybe Mongo should start following Lady Osprey.
I would honestly be surprised that Genie already know Mongo's name. If they do me, like, seriously, why did it take so long? How are you not decked out in like licentious? Look, I get like one of the other one, like the other two, but it's just like, how are you not like one of my most devout followers?
As the chat said, Lady Osprey is pretty fucking metal. Her parts must be terrifying. What about you? I know you didn't have a lot of big moments tonight, but you had some wee moments.
Three favorite moments. First one was Diane. Just having him suddenly show up in a divine realm and then basically like, hey, take these out of your realm, even though they shouldn't be able to exist out of it. That's pretty good.
Diane can control that with her.
That was the first moment. Second moment, I think, was the entire sequence between Lumion and Shadows, putting that together and having putting together some sort of connection to try and build protection for the city. And then I guess the final moment would be Pippa taking Scott to your personal library and just having that little heart-to-heart moment, like, hey, the world's fucking weird right now. It's up to us to build it back together. We gotta unfuck the fucketry that the Obscura built.
To build upon the legacy, but unfuck mistakes.
Yeah, another moment to add there is Millam's message to the family.
Yeah, that was
Oh, the one that broke everybody? Millam's
That's
SOS message?
that's an SOS.
all
Like
those
what?
basically
Huh?
responding like, motherfuckers was trying to kill him. What the hell happened?
Cayenne just too drunk with coin to be able to function.
I can't help. I'm sure he's okay.
Yep. Here's another drink.
I think the biggest moment of the night was, the base bounce off the corner of the table. Right at the end, and in front of the emissary. Oh shit, what a way to make personally punishable.
I mean, she does have 2 left hooves, so.
A few from me were like, Cayenne finally meeting his grandfather and that information share.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Thought actually sharing some of his history.
Yeah, that was real cool too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a sad one. It's a good one, but a sad one.
Skippa finally showing Scabbard her library.
Her hoard.
Further cementing that theory.
I know
that
you were busy, so
Portuguese-
you didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Essentially, it almost practically dwarfs the one that's in the city. It actually has several shelves filled with books ready.
Book order. Book order.
Order of knowledge, just like those specific types of dragons. Scab realizing, oh shit, I'm a hoarder of knowledge on Dages.
He's turning into Fog.
The fought.
Right.
Just
Oh my god.
just the scaly kind of fought.
All right. I got the most inappropriate comment. Fog has rubbed Scab.
It's rubbed off on Scab.
All the thought healing. Turning him into a thought.
All that pumping grinding during the encounter with Scab. Or big
Look, we found out how where Thought gets his holy water from. We don't know what all the other bottles do.
Ew.
So, with that, those are our highlights for the night. Oh, I was happy to introduce the emissary finally.
Yeah.
Hey, she's a fucking badass. Yep. Again, I'm sticking with the Baldur's Gate thing.
Well, I still feel like there is the question of, is she armored or unarmored?
It's half plate. It doesn't cover the full body. So
Which would be
technically
armored.
Would be half plate.
There's honestly a lot more of her exposed than there is covered. Do that again, I'm going to shove it up your ass. So, with that, those are moments and things that we really enjoyed. And with that, we're going to say, please join us. We love talking to people. Tom
Yes.
gets really lonely.
We had fun stories, Shell. Air, Shell. This is
Follow
that.
us on our socials, after old episodes on the YouTubes. And we're going to go ahead and close the doors, and we'll be back next week.
Back next week.
So,
We'll be back eventually.
Lots of holidays going on. So.
my God, now I gotta look at the calendar. Yes, we'll be back next week.
Okay. The week after next, that will be gone. Okay.
We're not gonna be closed again until November 4th.
Yeah,
Okay.
4th and 11th were closed.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, we will be back next week. Thank you for the heart attack. And,
Well-
You may or may not remember what happens.
You know, if you watch the episode for a while and critique yourself.
You know it's not going to give me.
and we hope everybody has a good night. Stay safe during the week and enjoy your good tank top.
Yes.
Night, everybody.
Like, subscribe, share,
Night,
all that good stuff.
everybody.
Night.
Bye.